welcoming everybody in the auditorium and online. Great to have you here with us for our second NeuroCine conference day. We start immediately with a fantastic keynote with Willeke Rietig from Netherlands, who is also working with me on the topic that he's gonna describe in his presentation, her presentation. Welcome, Willeke.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. So I'm the microphenomenologist on this project. And today I will be talking about the microphenomenological findings of an experiment that we did as part of the overall project that we're working on. I'll do it like this. Okay, so for those who don't know, so this is the overall project, which is lasting 5 years. It's a neurophenomenological study of filmmakers and active cueing of expectations. And it's really a multi-perspectival approach, using subjective first-person reports, which is my part of the study, neurophysiological observations, and annotations of the contents of the films. And the experiment I'm talking about today is a study we did about a year and a half ago. And you can see, so it was a professional filmmaking experiment. You see the film crew in the middle with the actors and many of our research team members. And of course, everything was led by Pia and Burak. Also, together they designed the experiment. And all of us are involved in some way in the data collection and data analysis. So what I will talk about today, first give a little bit of background, then I'll talk about microphenomenology, what it is, how we conduct the interviews, and what the potential is for of microphenomenology. And then I'll go into the findings, overview of microphenomenological findings, and then I'll go into the discussion of the findings and also of the method itself in the context of neurophenomenology. So more and more these days, the field of neurocinematics is drawing on theories of embodied and active mind and naturalistic neurosciences. And this means that artistic decisions are viewed as physical, perceptual, and experiential activities. And sense-making is seen as anchored in the body and the environment in a mutual circular relational dynamics between participants and the environment. It also means that the film viewers are participatory sense makers, so they actively make sense of what they see in the moment of viewing. And filmmakers, that's the theory anyway of Pia Tikka, is that they have a sort of embodied simulatorium to simulate viewers' experiences. And all of this means really is that the body is seen as a vital starting point for creating and interpreting meaning for filmmakers and viewers. So a couple of terms also that have been used a lot, especially also by the professors in our team. So the cinematographer is considered as a key embodied cognizer, and whose expertise is rooted to an important extent in experiential heuristics, a term coined by Ellen Lotman, tacit knowledge accumulated over years by doing, and the term perceptual professionalization, which means that embodied perceptual and cognitive abilities guide intuitive decisions on the film set. And they are really just built over years, as Ellen talked about a lot yesterday. So really giving a great context for this presentation. But we don't know much yet about the cinematographer's own embodied cognitive processes. So how they acquire and how they use this experiential heuristics and tacit expertise. And like Ellen said yesterday, we need to approach this topic from all angles. And very important for that is to use obtain rich first-person data access to cinematographers and active and embodied creative processes in the moment of filming. So that's exactly what we did with this experiment. And I will go into the details about that later. So to say a little bit more about microphenomenology, this is a particularly appropriate method to study cinematographers' processes during the moment of filming. It's a very systematic method, makes you aware of your own subjective conscious experience, and it's also been termed by the person who designed microphenomenology as a research method, Claire Petit-Mangin. She called it a psychological microscope, which is, of course, a metaphor, but it's also, it reflects a little bit the type of questions that we ask, because we keep zooming into finer and finer minutiae of an experience. So it is a bit like a microscope in that sense. It's designed for the study of short moments, so it's not about how somebody is generally feeling or somebody's general opinions about something, but it's really about a short moment of experience and how this unfolded in the participants' experience. And the method is really about tacit, embodied, automated processes. So exactly the things that Ellen also mentioned yesterday that we don't have words for because they are already anchored in our bodies, because we've done them for a long time, or because they escape the realm of words, basically. And you, by zooming into such a moment and facilitating the interviewee to get back into an embodied contact with his past experience, you can get a very rich description of a particular experience. And the idea is to get to what we call a phenomenological structure. What are the key elements of the experience? And ideally, you would compare that with other participants, so you come to something generic as a structure of experience for this particular topic of study. So what we do during the interview and also during the analysis process is look at the diachronic dimension, which is, and that's why I put an image of a film there, which is funny in this context, but it's basically the metaphor of an experience as a little film unfolding. So the diachronic dimension is how the events evolve over time. And the synchronic dimension is each still of the film of the experience. What are all the details of the experience in that particular moment? And then you talk specifically about sensory details, but anything else also that happens in that particular moment. And also it helps to identify like what we call gestures in microphenomenology. So these are kind of inner actions or intentions that we perform, often without knowing. So also during filming, these can be internal, they can also be external, but they might be very small movements that normally escape our awareness. So here's an example of the type of questions that are asked, which are also very different from a normal interview. And I've put a picture of a necklace there, because one way to help a participant understand what the interview tries to do is see the experience, which it relates to the film metaphor. If you look at a necklace and you can see the individual beads as part of the experience. And in the interview, you could go over first the order of the beads, and then you can ask, so let's go back to this particular bead and explore a bit more what happened there. So you go back and forth, and you try to get an overall view, and then you zoom into something particular and try to get also the diachronic unfolding of that particular part of the experience. So questions ask a lot about how did you start, what happened first, what did you do then? When you do this, what do you do? These are also called, this is called empty questioning, because you never put any words into the interviewee's mouth, but you leave it with them to explain it. So if you had to teach me how to do it, what would you tell me, for example? Or when you feel why, what do you feel? What does it look like in your eternal world when you feel this way? So we keep a totally open mind, also not to fill in what somebody else experiences, or the same word for an experience may look very differently inside each person. So. How did you end? How did you finish? How did you know you were finished, for example? And it's very important to often summarize what the participant has said, and this is also to make sure that we get it right and give them an opportunity to correct. And this helps them also to remember further detail about the experience. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe an example that could be helpful if you think of a situation where you've lost your keys. What would you do to retrieve your keys? So you think back, what was the last moment that I saw my keys? I had my keys. Oh yes, I was standing in the kitchen. I had my shopping bags, my hands full with shopping bags. I also had the keys in my left hand. Sorry, I didn't have the keys in my left hand. I put my shopping down. Sorry, I'm confusing myself. Yes, I had the keys in my left hand. And what did I do then? Yes, I needed to go to the toilet. I put the bags down and I went to the toilet. Yes, there was a cupboard on my way to the toilet. I left my keys there. So it's kind of an embodied retrieval of the experience that we all do all the time. So, and this is the kind of thing you also do in a microphenomenological interview. Sorry. So back to the experiment. So this was a cinematic environment built in the studio here, the recording studio, in the Baltic School for Film, Art and Media Studies. You see Burak there with a camera that was used. 6 volunteer male professional cinematographers took part. They all were experienced cinematographers. And we've just written an article about this study as well, which is forthcoming. So I refer to that for all the details. And these were the professional actors that participated, Peter Lember and Maya Juris. They portrayed a couple hosting a party in the next room that was not part of the scene. And cinematographers were first asked to watch a rehearsal and then shoot 3 takes of the same shot from the fixed position. Everybody had the same fixed starting position, and they were asked to end in a fixed 2 shots, and were welcome to make small refinements each take. We kept all the variables the same across all the OPs and across the takes. And this is the situation that was described to the cinematographers of what was happening. So this is the only script they got. There's a party going on in the other room. Something has happened between them that is irreversible and cannot be undone. Please shoot the scene continuously without cutting, even if something goes wrong. Your task is to capture the interaction between the two, reflecting her experience in task A and his experience in task B. So these tasks were given in reverse order for the 6 participants. And after each 3 filmings of the take, I would interview them briefly using a semi-structured interview to explore a little bit how they filmed the scene and what to them felt like significant moments. Oh yeah, this is the clip of one of the cinematographer's takes.
Darling, why are you hiding here? Come join us.
Yes, coming. I was...
There's no need for that. You know my friends.
Yes, and they don't like me.
Don't be ridiculous.
Okay, that was it. So So it's really about the power dynamics between the couple and then shown from either the female perspective or the male perspective. We did collect a lot of other data as well, so physiological data of heart rate and movement. They were fitted with sensors, the cinematographers, and we also recorded the whole room, so we could see the cinematographers in action as well. And then after the short interview, so about a week later, I interviewed cinematographers online, and that was using the microphenomenology approach. So I took about an hour and a half, depending on how much time they had. And we selected one take based on the short interviews and their decision and my suggestions. A take that they felt was interesting and felt good about, because that also really helps the interview. And then we minutely explored how this take unfolded, the filming of this take unfolded in their experience. So now we come to some of the findings. I know you cannot read this, so I'm sorry, but I just wanted to show you the kind of data analysis. So this is the overview of the unfolding of one take, one cinematographer. And you see all the columns represent the phases of the experience, the experiential phases. And the rows represent the synchronic data, so everything that happened in the still of each part of the experience. So you can see there's a lot written. You can also see not everything is always covered, because it turned out to be a lot, actually, a minute of filming. But it was a good start for an exploration. And here I put the 6 cinematographers' experiential unfolding of the take together. So you see DOPs A to F. Each row is one DOP. And I try to match, because all these phases, they are identified by what we call transitional points between phases. So something is happening that could be internal to the cinematographer, or external, something happening in the story, or maybe something happening on the set, an actor doing something. That sort of shows that, okay, now a new phase is happening. And so I try to put all the unfoldings together based on those transitional triggers, and looking at the time and what happened in the story as well. So you can see, and those are the white vertical lines, are these transitional triggers. So many of them are similar for the cinematographers, but they also have their individual triggers. Yeah. I'll go on to the micro gestures. I think this is helpful to say more about. So when I did the synchronic analysis, so that's about all the experience in the moment, in each still of the filming experience, I identified many things that are what I call the micro gestures. So these are things that they described in terms of verbs, something they were doing in a particular moment. And that is common for synchronic analysis to encounter what are actually diachronic dimensions, because if somebody uses a verb, it indicates that there's something further to explore in a diachronic sense. So what did they do to do this? So many things are also for further exploration. But you can see here the main categories of gestures and synchronic dimensions I identified, and I'll go into them more. So one is a big one, I think, is attuning, then moving the body to create a frame, reacting, following, exploring openly, going with what arises in the moment, telling the story in terms of creating meaning and impact, their attentional mode, emotions and feelings they were experiencing themselves, bodily feelings, other feelings, which could be something relational, knowing something in a relationship with the actors, for example, or intuitive feelings, and other mental actions and events, or mental actions and events. So if we look at attuning, so I did bottom-up analysis of these. So what you see at the bottom 2 rows are the things that the cinematographers actually said. That these are their expressions. And I brought these together into categories, which one important category is timing, which are all kinds of things they said related to timing. For example, they were taking cue for an actor or waiting for a particular thing to happen, trying to catch the end of a beat, focusing on a specific moment, which is also related to waiting, so their whole planning depended on the specific moment that they wanted to capture. Or moving fast to also make sure that they captured something specific. Balancing was mentioned in different ways. Keeping the middle between predicting and losing an actor was mentioned in the context of hiding the camera. So that to me seemed like a highly technical skill, to know how to do that, keeping the middle between predicting where an actor is going, what they are doing, and also not losing them. So, and also that's a very embodied thing. Balancing whether something is technically as well as emotionally right was mentioned by somebody, and I'll go into that a bit more in a moment. Matching the movements and the energy of the actor, and this way also hiding the camera. Predicting what an actor is going to do. Attuning the body to be ready for what's coming, which is also in another category about the body, but of course it relates to attuning as well. That I can't read. Sorry. Anticipating, yes, anticipating and synchronizing. So syncing with the actors and the emotions of the scene, for example. So yes. So there is a very nice quote which relates to this balancing technically and emotionally right. So this was DOPA, and he talked about, that was actually the end of an exploration where I deepened an experience with him. He says, I'm trying to feel if it works, and I asked him, what do you do if you try to feel how something if something works? He says, I do this checking. If it was technically okay, and if it was emotionally okay, did I feel it's right? Check how you're feeling at that moment. Is it true or not? Does it feel true or fake? Does it feel right or wrong? Does it influence you or change you emotionally, or have some kind of emotional impact? And is the impact right? And the next one is, if it was what was intended, but that's secondary. It's more if it influences you emotionally, and if it's feeling good or if it's feeling right. The emotion that you're getting, is it right or wrong? And I asked him, how do you know if it's right, if the emotion is right? I would say it moves me somehow. I think there's some kind of connection happens. I don't know. And I have to say, he took a long time actually to explore, had his eyes closed. So this was really a discovery for himself as well. And then he says, you have a feeling that it opens some kind of door, some kind of pathway, because I asked him about this connection, a connection to what? Some kind of door, some kind of pathway. It makes some kind of connection. I don't know, it's a connection, I say, with truth. So, yeah. So going to some of the other categories, moving the body to create a frame, which is, again, part of that is hiding the camera, positioning the body, and also coordinating, moving, turning, and panning all at the same time, reacting and following. And following could also be about different things, so it could be following the feelings of the scene, following an actor's movements or impulses, but it could also be internally following their own intuition. Yeah, there is no time to go into everything, but yeah. for example, positioning the body, you can see that they're attuning the body to be ready for what's coming, which you could already see in the other tuning category as well, and using the body to show something, so making certain movements to make sure the frame shows a particular thing from a particular angle. Oh yeah, and the hiding the camera, I think is very interesting because one cinematographer also said they sort of took their last breath before starting the filming of the scene. So they tried not to breathe during the filming in order to not show to the audience that there is a camera there. So that's very, shows how implicit their filming activity is in their bodies. Then what I've categorized as going with what arises in the moment, which really shows also this tacit knowledge that they rely on. So trusting is part of that, trusting their own instincts, trusting themselves, also trusting the actor. Feel rather than think, letting go of thoughts and judgments, trying to forget what happened before and be completely in the moment, seeing how it goes, so just letting things arise, going with the flow and following their intuition. So all quite related to each other. Then there was a whole category, what I termed telling the story, creating meaning or impact, which consists of different parts, showing something about the story. So something particular they wanted to tell to the viewers about the story, showing a character, for example, letting the audience know, oh, this person is also here now, showing essential parts of the story, showing power dynamics, making sure to catch precious moments. Then shaping the story was more about creating meaning and impact. Somebody talked about dividing so that you which has to do with the distance that you have to the actors, as I understand it. So if you are far away and then go very close, that has a high impact on the viewers. Creating a particular framing, for which I have a quote in a moment. And the framing itself, so really looking at the framing, what's in the frame. So this relates to creating particular framing. This was an interesting example because there was a moment when the cinematographer accidentally he took a step back and he realized he was entering the space of the actor. But later, during the interview, he realized, because we zoomed into it, he realized why this happened. So he discovered, so he knew that, of course, when he was filming, what he was trying to do, but he had forgotten about it. So he was playing with the height to see where the light was nice, the light entering the lens. And he was thinking about his position to make sure that he could get the light in a particular way. And he wanted to focus more on her, so he stepped on that side so I could keep her on frame. He takes a step back to get this light in a particular way, and then he accidentally blocks her because of my movement. I think blocking her was spontaneous, and it also reflects on her, on how she was interpreting this character. That's been a little bit like suffocated by the presence of the male character. She's supposed to walk to the small window, but since it's not possible, she just stands there and has a moment of hesitation. And I think that hesitation is interesting because it fits the action of the scene. So him trying to get the actors in a particular way, and he later also told me that he wanted to show the power dynamics by showing the window in the middle, and he had kind of sort of religious imagery also in his mind regarding that, with the light. And he wanted to show the light in a way that shows the male in a kind of power position. But this accidentally blocking her, and he trusts that the actors will save the situation. And he says that the result is actually very much matches the story of her being suffocated by the male. Then telling the story, also one of the inner actions that were part of their filming. They wanted to show something about the story. They also shaped the story in a particular way, so they all told the story maybe in a slightly different way. And framing again. And the next quote relates to wanting to convey something. This is DOPB. I discovered what's really happening with her, or what she's really feeling. I think I felt the partnership. It's like she's giving me or trusting me with some kind of secret, or something. And I get to keep the secret, or tell it, show her sufferings, or going throughs to the others. It's kind of a moment like someone, as I told, is telling you a secret. And you know that you get, if you manage now to show it to the others, then it's something that you found. It's like an artifact or like a relic that you found, and you need to show it to the others. And the still shows the exact moment where he felt this way. There were feelings that I termed other feelings. So there were emotions, bodily sensations, but also relational and intuitive feelings. And one of them was feeling the actor's professional feelings and intentions. Which there's also a nice quote. We're reading each other, says DOPDE. The actors and I, we kind of lock our dynamics, our tempos. We're kind of connected the moment she entered. That's why I felt right. It felt right, I guess. And that's also kind of part of the connection that we started this together. I felt her, reading the room, feeling the camera, giving the right emotions in the right direction. It's like she knows also that I'm here in that exact spot, and she knows what I'm going to do also. Visually it's just might be some very minor details in facial expression or body language. It feels like she knows what kind of shot this is at this exact moment, and she's playing for that. And story-wise, there is this pause after the shoot. I've also felt like we're reading each other at that moment, and then deciding what we're going to do next, in a sense. And since I'm so close to her physically and also optically, I feel the energy that I see in the shot, in the frame. I also feel it in the room because the proximity is so small. And he really felt like he was alone in the room with her at that moment. All kinds of things happening mentally also, not just embodied, which is to do with understanding something about the script, deciding to do things in a certain way, so decision-making, planning of moving, judging their own performance in the moment, judging an actor's performance, thinking related to the filming process, making the scene understandable, thinking about the story, thinking ahead about next steps, thinking about how to film. And then there's something about attentional mode, which is kind of a verb, an action kind of thing, paying attention, looking as the audience at what's happening, focusing, and also attentional states, like alertness. Somebody said, I have a different sense of time. It's like time completely slows down in that moment. Okay. So, yes, some of the findings. So, yeah, I think that is quite a rich palette of micro gestures, and these show filmmaking to really be a physical, perceptual, and experiential pursuit, rather than just an intellectual one, which is in line with enactive embodied mind theories. And the category moving the body to create a frame really shows this physical foundation of creative decisions. And their expressions of barely breathing, leaning the body into a moving direction, keeping a flexed tension. These all illustrate that physical states and actions are key mechanisms for creative framing and decision-making. The gesture categories of attuning, following, reacting, and exploring openly indicate that cinematographers' expertise is based on experiential heuristics and tacit knowledge, rather than just explicit rules. And this is also indicated by DOP's comments about following their intuition and temporarily suppressing reflective thought. And if you take into view the connection with truth and authenticity described by one cinematographer, it emphasizes that professional evaluation extends beyond technical criteria into subjective assessments of authenticity and emotional impact. And several categories of the gestures also show that a key part of their artistic practice lies in experience of relational dimensions, which again, it shows the inactive nature of filmmaking. And it really shows, I think, also the cinematographer's awareness of the dynamic relationship between the frame, their body movements, and the audience's experience. And this also highlights the nature of an active simulation as driving the dynamics of their craft. So to go in some of the limitations, particularly regarding microphenomenology. So it's sometimes difficult. Participants do not always understand exactly what you try to do with the interview because they're just not familiar with it, and it's not kind of in the public domain. So some DOPs, they just understood it right away, and others didn't so much. But that's not surprising. That happens in any kind of context. And yeah, I'll mention in a moment as well, but the answer to that is to train the participants in the method, and we're developing that, and it's starting to be applied. But I think for us also, for next steps, that would be really important to train them a little bit. As I already said, there was a lot of information, experiential data happening during this 1 minute of filming, but this was an exploratory study. But for next studies, it would be good if we went into some of these gestures and deepened them further using microphenomenology. And I didn't say this, but before the microphenomenological interview, as it was a week or more later, we looked at the take together that I was going to interview the cinematographer about, which of course then might have affected their experience. Just something to consider, but on the other hand, it may also have helped their embodied reliving of the experience, which is very important for the interview. Yeah, I think despite the constraints, we have a rich detail of cinematographers' embodied and active creative processes during filming. So that's fulfilling the aim of the study. And I just wanted to put this into the context of neurophenomenology briefly. I always find this so interesting. So in neurophenomenology, the working hypothesis is that phenomenological accounts of the structure of experience and their counterparts in cognitive science, they relate to each other through reciprocal constraints. So both fields have their constraints. And this puts them on an equal footing in the view of Varela, who started the neurophenomenological approach. So we have to see them as guiding and shaping each other, and just keeping an iterative exchange between them. That also means that we will not get to fixed answers. The dialogue is maybe more important than the results. Of course, we also want results, but to keep in exchange with the other approach is the most important thing. And I think the unique contribution of microphenomenology lies in its focusing on precise moments and obtaining rich, fine-grained detail about them. I think it's more refined than other experience sampling methods. And it's unique in focusing on unreflected experience, as well as the temporal unfolding of an event over the course of seconds. There are no other methods that do this. But it does depend on the ability of the interviewee to access and the interviewer to facilitate such access. There is, of course, a risk of confabulation. That's the main worry often for people coming from other paradigms, so using other paradigms. But we have criteria in place with the method to ascertain that this is not the case. And of course, we try to aggregate data across participants and come to a generic structure of the experience, which also is helpful in that regard. And training is required. Particularly in this area of cinematics, we can use the film, so the recording of the take itself. In this case, we were able to put timestamps on that, and also of the cinematographer shooting the film. So you can actually, what they talk about in the microphenomenological interview, you can match it to events happening in their filming of the take. And so we tried to do that. William, who will speak after me, William Primmet, he developed a phenomenological tool to this, with this aim, to really put different data together and match the phenomenological data to the moments in the film. So thank you very much. I did it quicker than I thought I would do.
Thank you, Villeke. What is great that you did it quicker is that we have more time for questions, because I'm sure there will be a lot of questions, and Mauri Kaipainen here starts with the first one.
You are a jewel. Thank you so much for this this presentation. You have done more than I could be dreaming before this project.
Thank you.
It's good to see the deep and fine structure of experience as you present it. Meticulous work indeed. Could you take your slide number 1, please?
Okay. Is there a way of going? I guess I have.
Yeah. Well, at this phase, so maybe it's worth introducing myself. I'm Mauri Kaipainen, and I'm a cognitive scientist, and we had been dreaming about this sort of a microphenomenological approach, and we've been following it for years before this project.
We means who?
You and me.
Yes, nice.
I was very much present in the ideation phase of this project, and I was also part of the project in the first phase of this project, and particularly the epistemological aspect of it. And thanks, Villeke, for describing it very well here. I just want to get back to this. So there are 3 parts of this project that the aim is to find ways to stitch them together. And these are the subjective first person, the filmmaker, the secrets of the experience, which are not very well known before this methodology that we are now using. Villeke is doing this, and the simultaneous neurophysiology that takes place with the experience. It's part of the experience, and the third part is the annotation of the content which has to do with the narrative, which has also been described here. For example, Larissa pointed out aspects of this. So this is the big picture, and it's getting together, but it's a big long time effort. It's maybe not possible that it happens during this project, but this is a step to it, this triangular epistemology. Thanks.
No
Thank you.
question.
Can I just add to that?
Yes.
That we, as part of the project, of course, we all come from different disciplines, and we just have to talk a lot to make sense of each other's data. And I feel that's a very creative and fruitful process. And I think that's one of the main aims of this project, is to learn to communicate together. So, yeah.
Yes, there are data scientists, there are interaction scientists, phenomenological scientists or scholar, and of course filmmakers involved. So it's really a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary project. And what has been important in this project is actually that during the first 2 years we have finally learned to actually understand each other, and we have found concepts that we share. Even we come from different fields like cinematographers and data scientists and phenomenologists. So this is of course like very important step that we have same concepts that we use, and so that's part of the game. Samsa, you have a question.
Since I have the mic, may I continue? Samsa Huttunen from University of Helsinki. Just a small methodological question. Maybe you mentioned something about it, but I didn't get it. Sorry about that. Was it so that the cinematographers got only to see those couple of lines about the action, or did they see a script beforehand before the take?
No, that was the script, and then they
set up and what's about to happen.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
all right.
And they were allowed to watch one rehearsal of the take before they started shooting.
Okay,
So,
right.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's Mirona and okay, Anu, and then Mirona on the back, or vice versa, which is better order spatially.
Thank you so much, Mirona Radu from, I am a filmmaker first of all, and also working in research in Romania. And thank you so much for this presentation. Actually, I was really curious about the results. But what I want to ask now, at the moment, is because you talked also about some differences and some triggers that were different and also similar to the DOPs. Can you please tell a bit more? Because I wonder what you discovered regarding especially the similarities and let's say the things that are very, very different between the 6 DOPs. Thank you.
Okay, let me go to that slide also. And I think William is going to talk more about this too, if I'm, oh, yeah, what's this one? So common things between the cinematographers related to the, what we call blocking points in the story. So key shifts in the story where the emotional dynamic changed, or yeah, I think a lot to do with emotional dynamic and power dynamic. And then things that were different were just smaller cues, I think, where they were looking, for example, for a particular thing that the actress was going to do. I think similar things were, for example, the actress was standing in the middle of the room, and then she would look to the window before moving there. So I think that was a cue for all the cinematographers that, okay, now I need to do something different. And they were preparing mentally and physically for that change.
I recall that the one such an event was, for example, the actress fist. You know, closing a fist.
Yes, that's true.
And one of the cinematographers maybe had recognized that as a sign for...
Yes, thank you. So that was one cinematographer who was very focused on the body signals of the cinematographers. So he looked out for those signals, and he had already seen in a previous take that when she's in an embrace with a male that looks very close, she's actually clenching her fist like that. So he decided next time I'm going to capture that, for example. Yeah.
Anu?
Thank you very much. Very interesting research. As a filmmaker, I almost had the same question. I was very interested in the differences and similarities, and of course, the most interesting would be to watch each and every clip. But I wanted to ask also, did we see the whole scene, or was it actually longer?
That was the scene, but they were asked to cut the scene themselves. So sometimes you see it go on for a little bit longer because they're waiting for more happening, or they see that it's not completed yet. More is happening, but it's sort of this is the scene. Yes.
And to add that actors were specifically told to try to do the scene for everybody exactly the same way, independent of the perspective, task perspective. So actors, of course, we heard afterwards, they had agreed that they do something a little bit different in each scene. But maybe that has carried some effect in these results. But basically, the actors did this 48 times during 3 days, exactly same way.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the changes are internal, right? So in order to keep it fresh, they're acting. They did it externally in the same way, but with a different emotion internally. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I have like 1,000 questions and ideas how to repeat this experience, even to make it even more interesting for filmmakers.
Welcome to the team, Anu.
But thank you very much. Yes.
Maybe also interesting to mention is when we, William and Sandra and I, we looked at the together making sense of the data of our respective sets of data. I looked at the of one cinematographer at the video that they shot, but at the same time the video of them shooting the scene, and I matched it, and it was just, I'm not a filmmaker, so for me, I guess I'm everything is new for me. But I noticed that in one case the screen in the video of the shot was completely still, when the cinematographer was actually moving a lot, I guess to keep this image still. So to me that's very interesting, like how they use the body to do all kinds of things that we might not even be aware of as viewers.
I think there was one question with Sander, and then time to move on. So we have we have time for more questions.
About there was one place that struck me. You read the description, as I understand, the cinematographer described that it felt like she was telling me a secret or something like that. And so I'm thinking about this. How can you help elaborate or maybe educate me on how to? This seems like this is somebody telling us something that we can maybe use to understand sense making as the process, because I'm imagining that obviously when people do things together there is a lot of communication going on non-verbally and so on, but that sounds exactly the kind of thing that I would be like, well, all right, there's a lot of things being imagined here, but imagine that kind of takes away from the human aspect of it. So how this feels like data point for talking about sense making, but I am then finding that I don't have the words to even ask the question. Can you elaborate on that a little bit in terms of sense making?
Yeah, I would say I think this was a spontaneous moment. So that is sense making, I guess, on the part of the cinematographer of what's actually happening in the story, and at the same time creating sense making for the viewers as well by revealing the secret. So thereby also shaping the story and the viewer's experience by also going very close to this eye that tells the secret. I don't know if that helps you a bit. I think that would be very interesting to do that, to see, as you also said, to let people watch this and see what they experience and do some research on that, if we had the opportunity, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ellen, no questions?
No, I just wanted to thank you. I was listening to these quotes. I was very moved as a cinematographer. This, especially the quote about finding the truth. This is a word that is really when you look at the documentary about Robbie Mueller, who was a very great cinematographer. then when Jim Jarmusch speaks about working with him, he says that Robbie Mueller always wanted to find the truth. So looking for a truth in a scene is maybe this metaphor is something that it seems like many cinematographers relate to it, and also this sharing a secret with the actor, because I think cinematographers often feel that they are the proxy for the audience. So because the audience cannot be in the room, we are the messengers, so we have to get the information out. And Robbie Mueller used to say, when they were shooting Dead Men, which happened in very, very complicated locations, he always used to say, we have to go there to extract the diamond. So it's our job to extract the diamond from the scene, and then later in the editing they can polish the diamond. But it is like, and very often me as a cinematographer, when I go into a room with the actors and we start shooting, it feels almost like a spacewalk. So, and you go in and then you get out and you go like, oh, so what did we find? So it's definitely an exploration, and I think this data is really, really wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. It's wonderful to hear that the cinematographers recognize the findings. Yes.
Thank you. Moving to the... William, please, the stage is yours. Willeke already a little bit introduced you, and we have your title on the screen, so
we're already going.
It's all on you now. Thank you.
Notes. Yes, again, I feel very fortunate to be following up a talk that relates a lot to mine. I would even say, if you are watching a recorded version of this, please go back to Villeke's talk, because it's a very nice lead up to what I will talk about. And this weekend, we've had a lot of great talks about amazing findings and new horizons in this field. So I'll use this opportunity to turn it down a gear and talk about a tool that I've been working on in this project, and approaches to looking at data that's relevant to this interdisciplinary field of neuro. So, controller. So just to introduce again, this work is in the context of the Cinematic Minds project. This is just a abbreviation, but we are looking at the process of filmmakers and looking at this microphenomenological data that was very well already introduced, neurophysiological monitoring and content. So the work we'll be looking at is how can we look at data that merges these sources together in a way that is integral to the scene. So before we go into our approach, I just want to go through with some of the inspirations and the previous works that arrived to this. So if you're working in this field, a lot of you are probably already working with physiological data or have read about it in other studies. And what you might know about it is that it's used to validate these emotional descriptors, very often these universal or basic emotions. What I'm interested in is how this link with the internal workings of the body, they can actually provide information to richer emotions, or the temporal dynamics of an emotion, than just detecting these categories. And I write about this a lot in my previous work, talk about non-verbal signals and invisible signals with physiological data. So this is a nice quote from Making Meanings of Machines. For humans, since our perception depends on our own unique bodily experience, the meaning that we make from it, the sensations are unique, personal, cultural, and contextual. So this idea that to communicate these emotional experiences, creative experiences, we have to look something more introspective and consider other contextual information to do that with integrity. Before I was invited onto the Cinematic Minds project, I was working a lot with physiological data, particularly with Plux, a biosensing company based in Portugal, and they facilitated a large amount of my doctoral work I just mentioned. And this is just a software they developed, Open Signals, a very neat way of scientifically visualizing this data. And actually, yeah, throughout this work I did it myself, I learned most about physiological data from just using these signals on myself and just looking at it on a basically daily practice. So that's one chunk. I guess another half of this goes more into this choreographic inquiry. And whilst we're talking about filmmaking, I propose that there's a lot of parallel frameworks with choreography and filmmaking that are very transferable, even if the terminology differs slightly. So this is a tool I've used. It's not my own work, but it's worked with the Motion Bank team. It's adapted from Peacemaker, which was a software from William Forsythe, famous choreographer, working a lot with this idea of counterpoint and these very time-sensitive choreographic structures. And all this was, so like before showing the video, but having these text annotations. And the novel thing about this, or actually these tools existed, but the online tool where different members of a team, whether it be the practitioners, the scientists, so on, they could all come together and have this collaborative platform. And what I wanted to bring up about this case study is that there's not a rule set in the annotation. They want to emphasize that annotation is not just a task to complete or automate to get to the next stage, but in fact, it's a creative practice. So a research practice through annotation and learning through this practice and taking time with it, going back and forth, iterating. Next, I have a clip, but I think I can't play that for time reasons. But just to summarize, this is an interview with Archie Burnett. He was a pioneer of the ballroom community back in the 70s. And just to condense what he is saying in this short clip, he's talking about the integrity of teaching movements language with the intention behind it and how the same action, the same gesture can mean something very different when the intention is abstracted or it's misunderstood. And likewise, you can actually evolve movement language if you're using the same intention, the same thought processes, but adapting the physical manifestation of it. So now I can jump forward a little bit and go into our approach. Again, working with not just movement, but physiological data with the phenomenological data and the content itself. And I would just introduce this phenomenological exploration tool that was used just to visualize all this, similar to the software that was just presented. I will just present already, this is based on the same study that was just presented, so the protocol is listed here. So we have these 6 cinematographers, there were 6 takes each, and there were these 2 different perspectives, but the same script. And the perspective, these were experimental conditions that could lean the cinematographer to 2 different permutations of the same scene. In terms of physiological data, yes, we're getting the cardiac activity, the heart activity, so not just the heart rate, but actually the different pulses, sweat conductance. Some of you might have read about this already if you're in this field. And while debatable if it's an internal physiological signal, but inertial movement from accelerometers. So something that is observable, but a more mechanical signal. So this is just some clips of the in-situ filming situation. So we had one fixed camera that could film not just what the cinematographer is filming, but what everyone is doing. So we even have the sound person and other crew members in shot there. So going on to the tool that was developed for this to look into this study, the Phenomenological Data Explorer, I think at a minimum, just want to triangulate the narrative content, in this case, the film itself, what is happening visually, these physiological graphs, and right here I have first-person accounts. Phenomenological interviews is perfect for this because it's very precise, very timed, though we even see for a team that is not using this specific protocol to use other introspective inquiries. So design criteria was very minimal. At first, I just wanted to use like a previous tool that already existed. For example, this Open Signals. Okay, it had a single view where you could see some film content, some graphics, and all displayed on a synchronous timeline. So wanted to expand onto that and take the things from this tool by Motion Bank, and having this multi-perspective view that combine different modalities, and this is really in the core of the Cinematic Minds project, and how the film content, graphical information, and the text stream could be combined, and the text being the interview data, and not just having it in one place, but actually dividing it across the timeline. And I highlighted exploration here, so this reiterates this idea that the tool is not necessarily about a statistical analysis, but being used to dive deeper into individual moments and zoom in on the data sources, particularly we're running a very low N study, so a very small number of participants. So maybe to overcome that limitation, use it as an opportunity to dive deeper into the individual accounts. I really liked Ellen's quote yesterday of saying, even if you're not looking for scientific validation or conclusion, sometimes your approach can be like asking new questions or generating new insights. So we're looking at how this interview data can support the analysis of this graphical data, and vice versa, of course. So basically it's having all these different data sources in one singular view. I guess some notable features so far, whilst it's in some development. We're lucky enough just to have this very intriguing data set from this study where everything can be synchronized. We have this common time code. We have this change point segmentation. I'll go to that in the later part of this talk. But also, this intra and intersubjective comparison, that with these common timestamps, you can zoom into one person's experience and compare them quite spontaneously. So I wonder if those... Oh yeah. So this is a screen capture, so it won't be perfect, but it runs in the browser, so it can be distributed amongst team members. And this is me just jumping through the timeline of one take and splitting the scene by different analysis on the right side. And luckily, we've already seen one take, so I think we get the story already. So I was showing the ECG data. This is from the heart, and now the EDA, this is the sweat conductance. So it's actually showing graphically in real time, and we found that by actually showing the movement of it. Do I go through? Thank you. Yeah, I figured that was out. I'll just let the video do its thing. And this is me comparing the different sessions. So we have the she and he conditions, and being able to compare individual moments and how they contrast, and both also comparing how they look visually, how they look at physiological data, and how the interview data can reflect some of that. So beyond that screen recording, this is another part. Okay, so this is showing all the physiological data. So this is the start of the take. And what I wanted to highlight here is with the heart rate data, what we found, we were recording throughout the whole study, so even in between the takes. And the intention behind this originally was to make a baseline, make a neutral thing while there's no stimulus coming, but we also found that a lot was happening in the data before the take was happening, especially in between, right up until the action. So this was quite interesting, and it gave a bit of a deeper insight into how adaptable the cinematographers were. And that was reflected even in the interview data, that even some of the timestamps for the quotes, they happened negatively, so before the take was actually happening. So even if this does not make the final conclusions in our research, it gives a lot of background into what can be happening. So just to take 3 examples of things we found in this back and forth process. So this was one moment of an unexpected interaction. You can basically see the silhouette of the male actor getting in the way unexpectedly of the cinematographer. He describes it as he has to kind of think on his feet, and it's a surprising moment. And this reflects a little bit in the physiological data. There's a little transient jump, but something to note is that the recovery is quite fast, actually. He thinks on his feet, he adapts to it, and uses it as an aesthetic tool. In contrast, and Vilke already gave a good example of this from another cinematographer. This, I think it's this very frame, but a different subject, talking about this connection with the character's emotions. This text is it's the analyzed interview, so some of it direct quotes and some of it just abbreviated. And in the physiological data, we have something that could look quite similar when you glance at it. But what's interesting is this, the temporal dynamic of this. So if you have just a quick comparison, especially in this bottom graph, the sweat conductance is quite a quick moving recovery. Here we can see, just in this one example, there's a slower recovery happening. And when we actually have this interplay between the heart rate data and the sweat conductance data, they're kind of bouncing off each other in a contrasting way. And I have to check my notes so I get this part right. That's the heart rate that shows the parasympathetic activation, and the bottom, the sweat conductance, showing the sympathetic withdrawal. And this interplay, while we have to use the interview data to get a confirmation of this, it describes something that's a bit more than just something that's surprising, that is a bit unexpected, but actually the cinematographer adapting to the situation, adapting to the task, and potentially, whilst this is our own subjective view, like using their professional experience, this knowledge, to be in that situation. Last case of this is, talking about rhythm, and this works a bit more both with physiological data, but also the movement. And we have these 3 cases from different subjects, and how there's this like back and forth beat between them. And I think we have one quote that talks about being in a musical beat, and this links a bit with the temporal like alignment of physiological and the phenomenology, and you use this beat terminology. So this works very well with some of the choreographic structures we had before. So going into rhythm, wanted to introduce this ecology of rhythmic structures and how moving in these rhythms, it doesn't just affect the singular, but it affects the environment and those around. So we are also recording inertial movement data. So this is movement from the individual limbs and even the camera itself. And I will have to paraphrase a lot of this, but to add another layer to the research, at the bottom here, we have just the raw accelerometer data. And you can see there is constant movement without. Sometimes there is more intense movement. Sometimes there's less throughout the scene. Most of these scenes created this fishbone shape. And then the top here, we have an assessment of change point probability. And this is much the work of Dr. Sander Päikivi on the team. So to keep integrity of that, I will abstract a lot what's going on, but it's essentially what I understand from it is that this top graph is indicating moments where there's statistical uncertainty or unpredictability in the movement data. So instead of looking at the raw data itself, understanding it from an idea of how much change is there. It's talking about rhythm and change in rhythm. How can we get that from this more deeper statistical analysis than the raw data? So again, I'm going to abstract a lot, but what's interesting is from this feature set, between the two conditions, the orange and blue on the top, Sander, with his analysis, was able to identify 3 segments that had statistical significant difference between the two conditions. And this was kind of beyond our expectations for having such a low subject study to find any statistical significance. So it somehow was able to find a low enough p-value in just these 3 moments. So we could then go back to the tool and find the frames where these happened, and we identified, we then went back and labeled these. So first we have the male character entering, and this normally comes with the speech, the first speech, and then at the end we have these 2 ending moments, this first confrontation and towards the end. And these 3, with looking at the script and going back to that, we could conjure that these were 3 moments where the perspective of which character the cinematographer is trying to capture, this is going to divert a lot depending on who they're looking at and how that can be observed in their movement. So this is just from one cinematographer, and only 2 of the 3 takes for each condition, so taking 2/3 of all the takes. We have a version of this for every cinematographer, but it would be massive. So it shows these 3 parts of the timeline, the male entering and this physical closeness and this embrace, and showing between the conditions on the left and right, condition A and B are left and right, it's a bit off the projection. But on the left, we have the female perspective, and on the right, the male character's perspective. And I think what this shows is this idea that these similar storylines, the same script can be captured in these different views depending on the perspective of the cinematographer and their internal thoughts. So this is a ongoing work that we look forward to finishing up and present in a future presentation, but just a insight on how this tool again comes to light. The previous work on the physiological data, a lot of that has been presented in the following paper published at Frontiers. It talks about the kinesthetic empathy, so the empathy with the characters and the actors, and how this shows on a kinesthetic level, so the way in which the bodily gestures are interplaying with one another. And with that, we had a load of statistical analysis, but this is better shown in the paper, but just generally to show that across this narrative timeline, there were some interesting group dynamics and intersubjective comparisons. But for time reasons, I will just go into future work on the tool that was presented. So yeah, we want to work more on this change point detection and how this can be implemented on the fly, so you can import new data. And yeah, I think we want to eventually open source this to the community so people can not just use our data set that's fixed onto it, but use as a tool where they bring in their own data, even if it's not in the same format, but find a use for it. Again, yeah, we would like to develop more this collaborative framework where different team members can use the different skills and continue iterating, going back and forth on the data set. Yeah, again, I would like to thank the Cinematic Minds project for supporting this, and I think we can go on to questions. Thank you very much.
Looking for questions.
Thanks, William. Very thorough work also here. Can you go back to the red triangle you showed in the beginning?
I can indeed.
Yeah.
This one, and then just by itself here.
Yeah. So this is the same thing Villeke was showing. The epistemological big picture, and now your contribution is very good here. From the point, well, the big picture is that all of these aspects, the three angles and the whole project has to do with holistic experience. And okay, there has been talk about the neuro aspect, but it's far from being the whole picture. But there's also the movement, the kinesthetic experience, and all of that. What you were discussing, and all of this happens in sync, and it was very nice to have the data analysis, thanks to Sander also, in ways that emphasize the synchronicity. In one word, things are being stitched together nicely here. I don't have detailed questions. I'll let them to others. Thanks.
Well, thank you for the kind words.
Thank you so much, William, for the presentation. Really, to both of you, this is an incredible project, and to the people giving you guidance, who you're helping tremendously by doing this work as well. I'm interested in utilizing something like this. I presented 2 years ago at the conference. I presented some of my microphenomenological data on sound reception in audiences, and so at the time I couldn't even imagine of a way in which to get the neurological data and put it together. And now I see that there's a model for doing that, and I find that extremely helpful. I think that one of the challenges when we're looking at audience reception is getting this kind of data en masse, because it's also different when you have 50 people in a room than when you have one person sitting in a very isolated screening environment, right? So that's a variable that one has to deal with. And then working with fMRI data, and we heard a lot about that yesterday as well, seems to be kind of the icing on the cake for putting all of these pieces together, right? So I'm wondering, what have you thought about with respect to audience reception, and how you might use that, and how you might structure a study and manage the data?
Okay, I can maybe talk more speculatively, because I think a focus of this project was to home in on the filmmakers' experience. But I know in the near future, we will be working a bit more on the viewer's experience. And actually, I think you might have answered your own question, because we are in the midst of planning a study that has different stages where we have a mass audience study that can just be an online questionnaire, something like this, something that is a bit more higher level or abstract, and then potentially using fMRI or EEG to get a select pool of those subjects or even different subjects and use that as a use that to correlate the large-scale audience with the small-scale audience, just because, as you can imagine, it's just a practical thing of getting all this data in its highest quality. So I would like to see, research done on mass viewership. I'm also interested in viewers watching together as well, even though that's out of the current scope, but I think there is a significant part there. And then using more detailed modalities and finding a way to bridge these data.
Yeah, that's interesting, because what I did in my study was I had 150 participants online and doing a questionnaire, and then I had 150 participants in theater in 2 different groups, and I was able to compare those results from the qualitative research,
I think I might have to talk to you in the lunch break.
Yeah.
I think you need some hints.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I may add here just one of our follow-up. I mean, of course, this is a study, beginning of the path. I mean, there's a lot that could be done with different audiences, etc., etc. But what we specifically want to focus on in this project is really to try to dive into both intra-subjective and intersubjective aspects of filmmakers. And here we first have cinematographers. We have dived into cinematographers' world, embodied experiences. What would be, of course, interesting in terms of showing these clips, one follow-up study that we've been discussing is that we would actually show the clips that the 6 cinematographers shot to all of them and try to see how the individual cinematographer who actually shot that particular scene that is playing, how his or her experience reflects with the other 5 who have not shot that scene, but have shot the same, not that actual footage, but shot the same scene, and maybe, them recalling their own decisions in terms of what they think the other did. And so this could be a very interesting study where we would have 6 times 6 different clips shown to the 6 cinematographers in a row, and then maybe a couple of times, and then trying to extract how a cinematographer who recognizes, this is my shot, I shot this, how that differs from those who have not shot that scene, but maybe another one. So it's one example of multiple possible ways that we could go into diving deeper even in this study to both intrasubjective and intersubjective correlation. And of course, in this project also, then imagine showing these same clips to naive viewers, or showing these clips, for example, to, which is Ellen's specialty here, this professionalization, perceptual professionalization. So showing these clips to the just first-year cinematography students, and compared to then more expensive. So there's a lot of things we could do just with this one data set, but we have to just figure out what we want to do next.
I have one question or demand.
Okay, please. And then I think we have an online person waiting. So, but yes, wait a minute, Jaime, you get the microphone.
Okay. Well, it's really great, the experiment and the research. I just wanted to ask you about just an example of how do you interpret heart rate or pulse or skin conductance related to semantic analysis by Ülikool?
Oh, okay, that's a great question. So Yeah, I guess I cannot think of like a particular model for it. I would happily point to this, and actually this narrative content is the thing that completes one or the other. So in the same way, it will be quite, I think it will be quite abstract to just compare physiological data and narrative content, whereas the interview data connect. So this triangle is, in a way, the thing that binds each two. The third element binds the two. And that's why we list all of them, and that's why I'm a big fan of this project that brings these data together. But I'd be happy to talk to you off-site to think about that.
Yes, thank you, William. Fantastic talk. Thank you so much. And we have Dr. Urgen waiting online, I assume, to talk about spatial sound in cinema. There you are. Welcome.
Hello.
Stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen, as well as sound. So can you hear me?
Yes.
And see my slides?
We don't see the slides. Yes, we see the slides.
All
yes,
good.
you see the slides. Perfect. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. And I'm very sorry that I cannot be there today. Let me... I think you can see my slides right now, huh?
Now we can. Now the slides are visible.
Sorry, but I can't see my slides.
Your image, so you are right there. Just let us know when you find your slides on your
Okay,
desktop.
so I can't see my slides. Let me stop sharing my screen and try again.
Okay.
Okay, now I can see. And you can see as well?
Now we...
Just a second. Yes, yes. We see you now, and we see your slide.
Okay, perfect.
Spatial sound in cinema. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I am Burcu Ayşen Ürgen from the Department of Psychology and Neuroscience at Bilkent University, Turkey. And today I'll be presenting our work in collaboration with Ufuk Önen, a sound designer, and Andreas Treske, a filmmaker from the Department of Communication and Design, again at Bilkent University. And my talk is titled Spatial Sound in Cinema and Behavioral Foundations and Neural Implications of Immersive Audio. So this project actually sits at the intersection of audio engineering, cinema, and cognitive neuroscience. And we explore how people perceive and localize sound in immersive audio setups such as Dolby Atmos. So it's quite an interdisciplinary project. But before diving into really immersive audio and cinema, let's take a step back and think about how we hear in everyday life from a cognitive science, cognitive neuroscience point of view. So in our daily environments, we are constantly bombarded with complex auditory information. There are people talking, there are background music, there's footsteps, environmental noises, etc. But somehow our brains make sense of all this acoustic chaos, right? We can tell what the sound is, where the sound is coming from, or even how far away the sound is. So this remarkable ability is what we call spatial hearing in complex auditory scenes, and sometimes in traditional Bregman's work, it is called auditory scene analysis. And understanding how the brain, especially human brain, organizes and localizes sounds is not only a fascinating question for cognitive neuroscientists like myself, but also it's essential for sound engineers, filmmakers, who aim to recreate naturalistic and immersive experiences for film productions. So this is where immersive audio technologies such as Dolby Atmos come into play. So from an experimental point of view, they allow us to simulate our real-world experience. And they allow us to simulate, as scientists, they allow us to, they provide us some experimental setups, experimental laboratories for studying perception under highly realistic conditions, but also in a controlled way. But it's also important that for sound engineers, they open up new creative possibilities for spatial mixing and audience engagement in music as well as in cinema. So let's now think about sound in cinema. What is the role of sound in cinema? It is quite an under-theorized component of cinema, I guess. And when we watch a film, for example, we often think it's a visual experience, right? Because of the visual dominance. But sound profoundly shapes how we perceive what we see. For example, the music, the soundtrack, shapes how we feel. The sound effects make the world believable. And spatial sound, especially in the recent years, places us inside that world. So in that sense, cinema is not just storytelling, but it is a really carefully designed auditory experience. So this is why it is really important to understand, the role of sound in cinema, both from a cognitive science perspective, but also from an audio engineering and cinema perspective. So, but from an audio engineering perspective, immersive audio, immersive formats raise some practical challenges. And one of them is how should instruments, for example, musical instruments, be positioned in a mix to achieve perceptually optimal localization and balance? So our idea in this project was to bring together perceptual research and sound mixing practice in cinema to understand how listeners localize instruments in space and to translate those findings into perceptual design principles for immersive sound production. So to this end, we actually conducted a perception experiment. And in the present study that I'm going to present, we asked 3 important questions. One was, are there any differences between sound locations in Dolby Atmos in terms of localization accuracy and reaction time? Some terms that I'm going to describe in a moment. Are there any differences between musical instruments in terms of their localization accuracy and reaction time? And what is the optimal location for a given musical instrument? How you can actually locate these musical instruments in sound space, in the sound space, yeah. So we conducted a perception experiment in the Dolby Atmos studio at Bilkent University, whose picture you are seeing here. It is equipped with a 714 loudspeaker system. And this setup provides a full 3-dimensional sound field, and it enables us to precisely position sound objects in front, back, lateral, and overhead locations. And we selected, in this 3-dimensional field, we selected 5 distinct sound object locations, whose picture you are seeing here on the left, covering both horizontal and elevated positions, allowing us to compare how listeners perform across different parts of the spatial field. And we use 5 different instruments: piano, violin, flute, guitar, and vocals. Especially vocals are considered to be, both the vocals that we use in cinema, but as well as, the voices in the soundtrack, as well as the musical instruments. And here, each of these instruments played short 2-second melodic phrases, just long enough to capture their typical timbre and temporal envelope, but also short enough to keep the localization task efficient. So let me now present you the melodies and the instruments. So I will play them. So first, let's listen piano. Sorry, it didn't work. Let's see. Okay, this was piano. Now the same melodies with violin. Sorry. Now the same melody with flute. And the same melody with guitar. And finally, vocals. So as you can hear and see from the spectrograms here, these instruments differ quite a lot in their temporal characteristics, which are important for spatial perception, spatial hearing. For example, piano and guitar, if you can see the graphs here, they have very fast attacks. Basically, it means that the sound reaches its peak intensity almost immediately and then decays very quickly. Whereas in contrast, violin and vocals, for example, they have longer attack times and sustained envelopes, meaning that their sound energy is spread over time and changes more gradually. Flute, on the other hand, sits somewhere in between. It has a smooth and sustained tone, but fewer rich harmonics. And altogether, these temporal and spectral differences in these instruments influence how easily our auditory system, our cognitive system, can actually track and localize a sound. So by including instruments with these diverse attack decay profiles, we could explore how acoustic structure in cinema, in music, shapes spatial hearing in an immersive mix. So we recruited in a perceptual experiment 13 participants aged between 20 to 36, and each participant heard every combination of instruments times location times melody. That is 125 unique trials per block, and we had 4 blocks in total, resulting in 500 trials per participant. And in each trial, participants indicated where they perceived the sound to come from as accurately and as fast as possible. And the experiment took around 30 minutes per person. And let me briefly show you a short demo clip illustrating how a typical trial looked and sounded in our Dolby Atmos studio. All right. So in our analysis, in our data analysis, once we collect the behavioral data, spatial localization data, we focus on 2 main behavioral measures. One is accuracy and the other is reaction time. I'm assuming that most of the audience is familiar with these concepts, but I would like to just briefly give some definitions of what we mean by accuracy and what we mean by reaction time. So accuracy basically tells us how correctly participants identified the location of each sound, whether they could tell where the instrument was coming from. And to capture this precisely, we use F1 scores, which takes into account both the correct tries and the missed tries. So instead of just counting the right answers, it gives us a more balanced measure of how reliably participants localize sounds across all conditions. And when it comes to reaction time, right, it reflects how quickly participants made that decision, that spatial localization decision, how fast the auditory system detects, orients to, and interprets a spatial cue, basically. So taken together, accuracy on the one hand shows us how precise the localization is, but reaction time shows us how efficiently it happens. And statistically speaking, we analyze our data using a 5x5 instrument times spatial position repeated measures ANOVA, which allowed us to test both the main effects of instrument and spatial sound object location, as well as their interaction. And this approach gives us a comprehensive view of both the clarity and the speedo-spatial hearing in immersive audio set environments, both in music and cinema. So let's next see how these measures varied across different musical instruments. So here is what we found. So as you can see from the figure on the left, vocals were localized most accurately, followed by violin. Guitar and piano, on the other hand, were localized least accurately. And we thought that this pattern likely reflects two key factors. One is the familiarity, and the other is the acoustic structure of the instruments. So in terms of familiarity, if you think about it, we hear voices all the time, human voices all the time. They are central to our daily auditory world. So our perceptual system is really tuned to detect and locate these sound sources. And in addition, voices and violin, for example, share certain acoustic characteristics. Both have longer attack times, as I mentioned earlier, and they have sustained temporal envelopes, which provide stable and continuous spatial cues over time. In contrast, if you look at, for example, piano and guitar, they have fast attacks and short decays, so their sound energy changes too rapidly, offering fewer steady cues for the auditory system to track. And another interesting observation was that flute as an instrument sits somewhere in between. It has a relatively sustained envelope, like violin, for example, but its timbre and high frequency content can sometimes make localization very ambiguous, especially in multi-speaker studios setups. And so overall, we think that these results show that not all musical instruments are created equal when it comes to spatial perception, and that both our experience as well as the temporal dynamics of sound play a major role in how we can actually locate them, localize them. Now that we have seen these differences across instruments, let's now turn to the sound object locations, the spatial dimension basically. Specifically, the question is, how does localization accuracy vary across different sound object locations in the Dolby Atmos field, right? That is, how well can listeners tell where a sound comes from as we move it around the three-dimensional space? So here you can see again on the left, the localization accuracy as a function of sound object location. Interestingly, the rear elevated position produced the highest accuracy, which was kind of unexpected, while the rear horizontal and overhead positions resulted in poorer localization performance as expected. So at first glance, this might seem a little bit counterintuitive, especially the rear elevated one, because we typically assume that sounds coming from the front are easiest to localize because we rely heavily on vision in this localization performance. But in our setup, we realized that the rear elevated region may have benefited from being perceptually isolated. There were no competing sound sources or reflections in that area, which could have enhanced the directional clarity. By contrast, on the other hand, the rear horizontal and overhead positions, for example, introduce phantom sources, which is very important for Dolby Atmos or 3D sound setups, situations where the listener perceives a diffuse or ambiguous image created by multiple speakers rather than a single physical source, clearly defined source. In that sense, overhead sounds in particular can be very challenging, because our vertical localization cues are also naturally weaker than our horizontal cues from an auditory cognitive perspective as well. And moreover, listeners have much less real-world experience with sounds coming directly from above in our real-world experience, which may also contribute to this reduced accuracy. So we think that overall these results suggest that even in high-resolution immersive systems like Dolby Atmos, certain positions in the 3D field, especially the elevated and phantom sources, can still pose perceptual challenges for accurate spatial localization. But of course, one thing that I would like to note is that these location effects, these sound location effects, do not act in isolation. They actually interact with the musical instruments. And here is the interaction graph that I'd like to show. Certain instruments might be more or less affected by where they are placed in space. So let's try to look at how these instrument characteristics interact with sound object location to shape localization accuracy. As you can see in the graph, the pattern is far from uniform actually. Some instruments are highly sensitive to location, where others remain relatively stable. If you look at closely, carefully, the strongest variability appeared for guitar, piano, and flute. And these instruments showed larger drops in accuracy when placed in rear horizontal or overhead positions. And this finding kind of aligns with what we discussed earlier. If you have a fast attack and short decay envelope in an instrument, it provides fewer temporal cues for the brain to track, for the human brain to track, making localization more ambiguous when the sound image becomes spatially diffuse. In contrast, instruments like vocals or violin, they have maintained high accuracy across almost all positions, probably because of their sustained energy and spectral richness. So this interaction is especially relevant for mixing decisions, I think, in immersive production, both for music and cinema. It suggests that not every instrument should be treated equally when you are assigning spatial positions. So I mentioned that we measured both reaction time and accuracy. So I explained the accuracy results. And when it comes to reaction time, beyond accuracy, we basically try to understand how quickly listeners identify where the sound was coming from. And in that sense, reaction time can give us some additional layer of insight, because it reflects not just whether localization is correct, but also how confidently and how efficiently the auditory system processes spatial information. And the reaction time results, if you look at the figure on the left, they largely mirrored what we observed for accuracy, but there are also some interesting differences. First of all, vocals were localized fastest, followed by violin, suggesting that these sounds are not easier to locate, but also they are immediately recognizable to the brain for the auditory system. But in contrast, piano and guitar, they elicited slower responses, again consistent with their weaker spatial cues and perceptual uncertainty they create in the mix. And when we look at across spatial positions for reaction time, we see that the lateral and rear elevated sources produce quicker reaction times, while frontal sounds were unexpectedly slower. And one possible explanation of this phenomenon or of these findings is, we think, that is attentional tuning. Because most of our daily auditory environment is dominated by our frontal cues, frontal visual stimuli, especially in visual, when there is visual information, and listeners may rely more on visual anticipation in front than on pure auditory cues. And in contrast, sounds from the side or behind often trigger faster, more reflexive orienting responses, something that may have actually some evolutionary origins as well. And another factor may be stimulus salience, which may interact with attentional tuning as well. For example, when an instrument appears in a spatially distinct or less cluttered region, the listener can resolve its direction more quickly. The rear elevated position in that sense in our setup might have benefited from this effect, as we saw in the accuracy data as well. So we think that altogether these findings suggest that spatial clarity and perceptual speed go hand in hand. So the easier a sound is to locate, the faster the auditory system locks onto it, although there are some nuances. But this also has implications for immersive mix design in music and in cinema. If certain spatial regions consistently yield faster and more reliable localization, these could be prioritized for lead instruments or perceptually critical elements in a mix. So, now that we have examined both accuracy and speed, let's take a step back and try to interpret what these results all mean, what all these patterns actually tell us. So, specifically, what can we learn about how different instruments shape our perception of space in immersive audio environments when we are using them in music or in cinema? So, when we look across instruments, localization performance depends both on familiarity and acoustic structure. Vocals were easiest to localize, as we have seen. Not surprising, since these voices, human voice, is evolutionarily and socially important, and we are constantly exposed to that. Violin also showed strong performance thanks to their sustained energy and their rich harmonic structure. In contrast, piano and guitar, they are less accurately localized. Their fast attack times and short decay envelopes provide fewer temporal and spectral cues, leading to more ambiguity in space. And these results highlight the importance of both the temporal envelope as well as the spectral richness in terms of the acoustic nature of spatial perception. Instruments with smooth, continuous energy help the brain to integrate spatial cues more effectively. And for mixing practice, for sound engineers who are working with filmmakers, for example, this means that sustained instruments like vocals or strings can be placed more flexibly, while percussive or transient rich sounds may require extra spatial support such as reverberant cues to maintain clarity. And when we look at the location effects in terms of where the sounds should be located, we find some interesting patterns here as well. The rear elevated position, for example, yielded the highest localization accuracy, which may seem surprising at first, but since we usually assume frontal sounds are easiest to locate, but in our setup, as I mentioned earlier, the rear elevated area was perceptually isolated, so this may be one reason. And our auditory system is also less experienced with sounds coming from above, and elevation cues, such as pinna filtering, are inherently less precise. So this is why the phantom sources, the sounds that are coming from above, might be less accurately localized. And I think overall these results suggest that even in immersive systems like Dolby Atmos, not all spatial regions contribute equally to localization clarity. And for engineers, sound engineers who are working with, who are working in music or who are working for cinema, this means that critical instruments may be better placed in perceptually stronger regions, while elevated and phantom positions can be reserved for ambient or supportive elements. So to conclude, our results show that spatial perception in immersive audio depends jointly on the acoustic properties of the instruments and the spatial position of sound objects, sound sources. Vocals and violins, they were localized most accurately, making them ideal perceptual anchors in a mix. Guitar and piano, on the other hand, with their fast attacks and short decays, were less accurately localized, suggesting that they may need additional spatial support when you are using them in soundtracks or in movies. And across positions, rear elevated sources were surprisingly robust, while rear horizontal and overhead regions were more ambiguous due to their weaker and phantom cues. And these findings highlight that spatial clarity is not just about speaker layout, and it's about how the content of the sound interacts with the 3D sound field, actually. So where do we go from here? Like, based on this perceptual experiment, which was kind of an initial collaborative work with a sound engineer and a filmmaker, there are several directions we are excited to explore next. First of all, we plan to include larger and more diverse participants groups. For example, we would like to include a broader sample, including musicians, filmmakers, sound engineers, non-musicians, non-filmmakers, who would help us understand how listener expertise and experience shape spatial hearing. It will also make our results, I think, more generalizable to real-world audiences. And second, we aim to incorporate neural measures, which is the current project that we are working on, such as EEG and fMRI, to complement our behavioral data. In any neural measurement, before doing any neural measurement, we first wanted to start with behavioral data. So this experiment was basically the building block of our neural measurements. And these methods allow us to trace the brain dynamics of spatial localization and timbre perception and see how cortical activity patterns correspond to perceptual clarity in immersive environments. Third, we plan to conduct some cross-cultural comparisons to explore how familiarity and musical structure, musical background influence spatial hearing. Musical exposure varies greatly across cultures, and this could reveal fascinating differences in how people interpret and localize sounds. As we have seen in our data, there are some familiarity effects. Fourth, we'll test longer musical excerpts including full-length songs, soundtracks, for example. In our experiment, it was just a start. We used 2-second short, melodies, but we would like to make it more generalizable to real-world scenarios. So this is why we are planning to use longer musical excerpts. Fifth, we will try to diversify the sound object locations, exploring more granular azimuth and elevation positions, as well as some dynamic movements in space. In our case, the sound sources were static. Some were phantom, but some were real, but they were all static in space. But one, I think, great advantage of Dolby Atmos is that you can actually move the sound. So we are actually very interested in doing experiments where we move the sound and look at spatial accuracy while we are moving the sound. Which is, I think, very informative and which has implications for cinema. And sixth, we'll move towards simultaneous presentation of multiple instruments from different locations. In the current experiment, we present one sound at a time from one location, but in the current EEG experiment that we are planning to conduct, we would like to present simultaneous presentation of sounds from different locations. And finally, we plan to incorporate some subjective measures such as pleasantness, immersion, naturalness, etc., and try to understand how perception can be a building block for these higher order cognitive skills. And taken together, with these future directions, we aim to build a more comprehensive framework connecting perception, neuroscience, and creative practice, including music and cinema, and ultimately guiding both the scientists but also the creative people toward more perceptually coherent and emotionally engaging spatial mixes. So to summarize or to conclude, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators, Ufuk Önen from Communication and Design Department at Bilkent University, who is a sound designer, Andreas Treske, who is again in the Communication and Design Department from Bilkent University, who is a movie maker, and my student, Ahsen Çakmakçı, who is a neuroscience PhD student at Bilkent University. So I would like to also thank you for listening, and if there are any questions, I am happy to take them. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. I'm just so happy that we finally have a presentation about sound. For every NeuroCine conference, we mentioned that we should study sound more, and I see David is smiling in the audience. Would you like to ask some questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. My name is David Novak. I'm a professor of sound and cinema at Lusófona University in Portugal, and part of the Filmine group, the Filmine research group. So thank you very much for doing this work. I think this is very important work on sound localization. We're all wrestling in film sound, both as theorists and practitioners, with exactly how to deal with atmos. In terms of perception and what immersion really means when we're put into an atmos room. I'm looking forward to maybe extrapolating this or advancing this in the area of examining first reflections and the impact that first reflections have on localization, because I would surmise that the elevated rear is localizable because of the nature of the first reflections that come from a speaker that is in the corner, which is way we perceive space and the size of space and the materiality of walls we perceive mostly through first reflections, and then of course the decay of reverb. So it'd be very, very interesting to see how that might impact, because that has a lot of implications in the size of the room that you're doing the study in. Because in a larger room, in a cinematic room, a proper cinematic screening room, that may or may not be as localizable, or the difference might not be as large as it might be in a small room. Maybe it would be even more of a difference. Maybe it would be more localizable, things along those lines. So I'm looking forward to seeing variations of this study in different size rooms. That wasn't on your list, the bullet list of future work, and I think that would be very important. It's such a dominating impact of how we perceive space and localization within a room. There was something else that came up. Trying to remember exactly what it was, but it'll come back to me, and I'll grab the microphone again. But thank you so much. This is really important work. I have a number of master's and PhD students who are playing as they're doing artistic research where they're dealing with how to approach a music mix. And so they're doing it through experimentation and artistic research, and I think this kind of information would really greatly benefit the work that they are doing. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice words. I totally agree with you that the room size is definitely one of the most important things we need to consider when it applies to cinema, right? Maybe in concert halls, in music halls, for music as well, it is important. For cinema, room size is definitely very important.
Hello, and thanks for a really interesting presentation. I'm Mauri Kaipainen. I'm a musicologist and very much have considered these issues as well. There's another quite obvious acoustic factor that also relates to the room size that you probably have considered, but you didn't in your experimental stimuli. You didn't try this time. That's the frequency of the spectrum of the instruments. Now, it's not only a hypothesis, but it's very likely that if you use low pitches of the piano, they would be more difficult to localize than the high pitches, and same applies to every instrument. And the very low pitches are like omnipresent. What that means for the sound design, I don't know, but I'm looking forward to your next set of experimental sounds where you are very likely to see this difference.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for this comment. Actually, you know, when you start an experiment, you need to control certain things and you need to vary certain things. And frequency, the octave, was something that we want to keep constant in this experiment. So you spotted it very well. It was something we deliberately did. Like we basically wanted to have the frequency to be equal across all instruments, but it is something we would like to definitely vary in the upcoming experiments.
Yes, thanks. I have another sort of extracurricular question here. Do you have a saxophone quartet in your university at the campus?
Yeah, we have Bilkent University Symphony Orchestra. So I think there are some people who play saxophone. So do you have any suggestions, recommendations?
Because last year I made a piece for the sax quartet, where I play around with this acoustic factor. They are placed in different corners of the room or spatially different. So if there happens to be somebody interested in this, I can drop you the score.
Thank you so much. That would be great, actually. I will definitely convey this information to my collaborators, especially the sound designer, Ufuk Önen, and we can actually be in contact with you. That would be great.
Thank you. This is wonderful. The whole idea of the conference is to bring together practitioners, and I saw an uptick in our online viewership during your talk. So obviously, sound topics are important, and we hope that we will have many more of these in the next conferences. But thank you for this presentation, and we're looking forward for the results of your following studies. And thank you for the audience here. We are now breaking for lunch break and coming back and listening more about sound. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello. So we are starting the next presentation. Sorry, you can let's do photos on the side because we have to start the presentation. So the next talk, I'm very happy to have David here. We have spoken about during the previous session that sound is a very important topic. Also, pedagogy is a very important topic. We cannot forget that the conference takes place in a university. So teaching is part of what we do, and many of the talks that we have had have a very valuable content also for teaching the next generations of filmmakers. And now David will share with us a very interesting experience with teaching sound and animation.
Great, thank you. Thank you everybody for being here and being online. It's important for me to have brought something that's really about pedagogy, because I think that too often as researchers we forget how to actually structure our research into our teaching. And that becomes a bit of almost a kind of an artistic research that professors do, that teachers do, because the art is in fact teaching. And in order to kind of bring that art in conversation with our research, we're always experimenting with our students, right? Students become an experimental ground. So what I want to share with you is a particular course that was developed by myself and my colleague Sanja Ramush, who is an animation teacher at Lusófona University in Portugal. A quick note about my background. I am obviously a professor of sound. You've been hearing my questions over the last day and a half already, and also in the past. I'm also a sound designer. I'm a mixing engineer for film, and I'm also a filmmaker. So I have all of these sort of different hats. So I try to bring all of those hats into the classroom where appropriate. So to get started, about 2 years ago, right at the last conference, I presented these slides. So some of you who were here might actually recognize a couple of these slides. This first is about meaning making, and traditionally meaning has been thought to be generated through linguistic structures, with abstract thinking thought to be kind of separate from perception. As I think you all know already, but maybe there's some people online for whom this is sort of a first pass at all of this, these notions of embodied cognition. We find that, in fact, cognitive neuroscientists especially showing us that perception is not passive, right? We don't just receive this information. It's very constructive. In fact, it relies heavily on inferential activity affected by linguistic and abstract paradigms. Moreover, recent studies indicate that our symbolic meaning making of many forms is tied to our lived experience. This account of meaning making through embodied mechanisms has been explored in recent years in many art forms, including cinema and especially with respect to image. However, film is an audio-visual experience. The choices, the textures, the shapes, the flows, and other affects of sound are critically important. But communication is a two-way street, so where does meaning creation fit in? The purpose of our explorations as artists and researchers is to explore both sides of the hermeneutic discourse. And we find that the artist, too, applies tacit, embodied knowledge in the creation of their work, often with intended meaning outcomes strategized. These desired outcomes, which can be narrative in nature or more experiential and embodied, are materialized in art through abstract representation. The Duchamp fountain, for instance, is a work that taps into quite literal embodied mechanisms and daily experience, while also quite literally turning them sideways. It can generate a laugh, like an embodied reaction, right? Or deeper thoughts on the mediation of human experience, thought technology, as well as many other possible implications. Why does abstract art matter? Abstractions, or what Plato referred to as forms, are deeply common in our lived experience. What fundamentally makes them abstract is that we do not have the words to describe the core elements or the essences that make them what they are and without which they cannot be. They reflect what we live through rather than what we are generally capable of articulating with linguistic structures. For the visual and sonic arts specifically, in their nonverbal capacities, abstractions or essences offer immense opportunities to explore human experience through embodied mechanisms. But all too often, young artists graduating film and animation schools are not embracing this challenge or even gaining exposure to its beauty, nor its potential as a powerful means of communication. Some barriers to abstract work in animation in particular. Students often have little or no experience materializing abstract ideas, and in some instances, even thinking or talking about them. Students lean towards figurative representation that emerges from their experience of popular films, animation, video games, etc. I have to say, all too often, especially with our first, second, and even the majority of our third-year undergraduate animation students, we're getting entirely figurative work. So over the years, part of the goal of this course has been to help students migrate away from figurative work, if not as an entire abstract work, but as a work that incorporates abstract elements. If the artist is to be in touch with abstract representation of ideas and to embody the capacity to render them, educators must be charged with an embodied approach to this learning. For the rest of this presentation, I will share with you a methodology developed in tandem, again, with my colleague at Lusofona, Sandra Ramush. For 7 years now in one class, we have consciously embraced an educational path of exploration, experimentation, philosophy, audiovisual theory, and embodied practice that reminds students all along the way that they know things about humanity, things that can find ways of expression in their work. Exercises incorporating the physicality of stop motion and a conscious attempt at sonification of ideas are supported by critical theory in phenomenology and essences, embodied cognition in the arts, a critical look at diegesis, and the poetics of the rhetorical construction between sound and image.
Thus, animation becomes a vehicle for students who explore philosophical approaches to feelings, identity, humanity, and existence, embracing abstract ideas and critical thinking. Our approach. We developed a process centered around 3 exercises, engaging different paths of discovery and abstraction through embodied exercises. The first exercise has 4 phases: image abstraction via rotoscoping and rotoscoping of movement off of a video, physical contact with materiality and movement, stop motion, right? Then a detachment from the original source, and then sonic reinterpretation, forming and voicing an abstract concept with image as the guide. By working through motion, students are automatically engaging in embodied practices, right? Just imagine the stop motion table if anybody's not familiar with it. It's very, very physical activity. They're engaging in embodied practices as they view movement and as they create movement with the interaction of body and mind. Concepts like embodied simulation, conceptual metaphor theory, and image schemas with containment have been discussed at this conference before, and in fact have fueled our approach in embodied practice. Interestingly, at the stop motion animation table, the table itself is a kind of a container, right? And that's something I hadn't thought about until yesterday with Martin's great presentation, something to explore. Actually working within that container, right? And as well, how is the cinematographer working with the container when they are fixed on this frame, right? Why stop motion and not other techniques? Scholars and professors have noted key takeaways from stop motion work in a number of academic settings, from elementary schools through university. They've documented these 4 major benefits, among others: imagination, investment, so the investment of the student in the work, memory of the work being fired in a very obviously embodied way, and the ability to use abstract codes of expression through this particular style of animation. So exercise 1, we start with a video in motion. They choose from a whole list of them. Often dance video, although recently we've been experimenting with nature videos that have movement within them. Students always have this choice. The video is then rotoscoped, that is to say, the moving image is reduced via software tools to general outlines of motion. In this way, it's kind of abstracted, right? The motion itself has been abstracted from the core source material. The students not only examine this abstraction, but they physically interact with it, using materials of their choice and stop motion animation techniques to further abstract the original image through embodied mechanisms. Okay, I'll show you an example, but I want to note that the choice of materials is really, really interesting because we get everything from beads to salt to coffee beans, to sticks, to pieces of paper, right? Lots of different materials, which creates very different embodied responses while they're doing the work because of the materials that they're using and the tactile response that they're having to those materials. Let me show you an example. It's impossible to precisely sync these up, but roughly, this gives you an idea. Okay? Students are then asked to use sound design for their work. But first we begin with 2 weeks of discussions in semiotics and phenomenology, or the study of experiences and essences. I throw this wacky slide at them. I'm just doing like fundamentals of very basic structural semiotics, particularly with respect to sound, where sonic communication has the unique capacity to work on iconic, symbolic, and indexical pathways concurrently, and quite commonly. whether sound is concrete, by that I mean recognizable, or abstract in its nature. We could talk about this in Q&A if anybody wants to dive a little more deeply into that. Students then learn about Platonic forms and abstract essences. We explore and discuss various theories of essences, and here they are in a summary. We look at Plato and Aristotle's forms and abstractions, Locke's intuitive and demonstrative knowledge, the sensory origins of essence, Hegel's dialectic phenomenology, exploring the discussion in order to reveal what is behind an abstract idea or an essence, Marx's theory of alienation, which is around existence versus essence. In other words, we are most alienated when our essence is not being respected or resolved with how we are living our lives, with our existence. The students respond quite tremendously to that one. You know, teenagers. Husserl's reflective first-person POV, which relates very much to film authorship. Heidegger's existentialism, whether or not existence precedes essence. You can imagine these are all rather deep conversations with students. The conversation is stimulated, and we go into metaphysics and the soul. There might be one or two more in there, but I'm going to go on. The conversation is stimulated by questions like, what is anxiety? What is brotherhood or sisterhood? What is a rock, and why do we know that a rock is in our hands, blindfolded, whether that rock is rough or smooth, or heavy or light, we still know it's a rock. It still has an essence, even though the surface of it is not quite following a pattern. And we land on Merleau-Ponty, and from here they are tasked with meditating over their abstracted motion image work and feeling the abstract ideas that emerge from the artwork. So this 2-week break is really important. The 2-week break of going into theory is doing two things. It's stimulating a conversation that the majority of these students have never had, right? It's creating an environment where they can safely think deeply and safely express abstract ideas while understanding how difficult it is actually to find the words for these ideas, yeah? Then the 2-week gap also separates them a little bit from that original dance source. I'm trying to really separate that as much as possible, right? So they need to forget what it was, they need to forget what the music was, and they need to then just re-engage with this animation that they have created and have it speak to them in abstract ways. The movement in the image itself should begin through embodied metaphor and other mechanisms to trigger certain memories or feelings in the students. Only then is it time to sonify the essence or essences they wish to communicate. They play off the rhythms, the motions, the colors, the textures of the visual work, the very nature of which has been fully embodied through tactile stop-motion creation. They may use sound effects libraries, create their own sounds, editing and mixing techniques, but they may not rely on music to convey the idea. It's important to remind ourselves that in doing this work, the artist is also functioning as the recipient of stimuli, using perception, linguistic structures, and abstract thinking. The very process of sound selection or creating sounds is an embodied, iterative process. What makes us happy? What makes us anxious? What makes us nostalgic when we're listening? What sounds are going to trigger that in us? I often tell my students, open up a sound effects library, look up birds, for instance. It could be anything. Look up birds. Play one after another, after another, after another. How different are they? Not from any kind of acoustic or psychoacoustic perspective. No, how do they make you feel differently? This is the question, and this is what we're doing as sound editors when we're making sound choices, whether it's a library or creating sounds or a Foley studio, right? We're in this iterative, creative process of of receiving a stimuli and allowing it to create an affect. Thinking consciously about that affect and making our choices based on it. Right? It's very similar to the way an editor might work with archival footage, for instance, right? Very, very similar. You're going to look at stuff. You're going to evaluate it. You're going to see how it makes you feel. You're going to put it against whatever else is going on and respond to it, right? These are all very embodied responses. Here's an example of a completed first exercise. Quite abstract. Now, I don't know, because I don't remember, this one was from quite some years ago, what the essences were that the student was trying to create. It doesn't matter. At the time, I knew they had to communicate that to us, of course, right? But we, in our experimental way, as teachers, what we do is we go around the room and we look at their work and we listen to it and we evaluate it and we help them actually find language for expressing what it is that they are creating. Right? For the second exercise, the normal script of audiovisual creation is turned upside down, kind of like Duchamp's fountain. Students forcibly in a different group configuration, we do not let them keep the same group, begin with an essence or an experience and create a 1.5 to 3 minute sound piece. This sound piece can have narrative elements, but it is not meant to tell a story. Here's an example. Can you turn the sound up, please? You've probably all had very different experiences from one another, just listening to that, yeah? But I think that there's a core element of it that is about fear and anxiety. We try to construct a narrative around it. It's a little impossible to construct a narrative out of it. There's little moments that we feel we can construct. And yes, yes. So these are the kinds of things that the students are playing with. This actually relates a little bit to what Jan and I were talking about over lunch on your project. They then edit the sound down, choose materials, and do stop motion animation. This time the rhythm, the motion, the feeling, and the emotional vectors delivered by sound drive the animation work. They are further tasked with creating counterpoint and contrast between sound and image, expanding the rhetorical possibilities of the audiovisual relationship. Because sound is so directly tapped into embodied and subconscious mechanisms, we find that sound as a framework for abstract stop motion works particularly well to expand student responsiveness. The essences therefore undergo a sort of relay race handoff from mind to sound to tactile artistic construction to a final audiovisual work, working through the body and in a very material way. Here's an example of a completed second exercise. If we compare this with the first exercise, you can see that by beginning with sound, the work feels more uniform. The required collaborative abstract conceptualization of the work tends to lean towards more groups animating completely as a team. In the first exercise, we often find one student's doing 10 seconds, another student is doing 10 seconds, another student is doing 10 seconds. And through editing, we try to help them unify them if possible, but they haven't yet given thought to having something that is really comprehensively cohesive. But in this exercise, starting with sound first, they're working together as a team from the beginning in a much more resonant way, in my opinion. So this results in more uniform work and heightened collaborative skills. In the past 2 years, however, actually, before we go to number 3, in the past 2 years, we've sort of thrown a little trick at the students, which is, so they do this work on sound, right? And then they deliver the sound and we screen them in class, right? We audition them in class and then we instruct them to say, okay, now you get to pick someone else's sound design to do your animation for. Further removing them, right, from any preconceived visual ideas they might have had while they were creating the sound. Because of course, we think very visually even while we're doing our sound design, right? That always comes last year and this year, we just did it last week. It comes with quite a surprise and quite a laugh. I think they find it very amusing that they're going to move on and do somebody else's work. For the final exercise, students are asked to begin with the abstract approach and concept and then develop sound and image together, storyboarding everything and executing them in tandem, right? This is the ultimate goal. Animation students coming out of schools much too often do not develop sound in tandem with image. And there are immense missed opportunities by coming to sound later. And they always find that out. They're in their third year, they're doing their graduation project, they get to the sound work and they're like, oh, wow, I should have had that shot 4 seconds longer. I should have slowed this thing down. Maybe I should have used a different material in this particular area. And it's too late for them to go back in and redo their animation because it's so time consuming and they're getting towards the end of the semester, right? So developing in tandem really opens up the possibilities for audiovisual expression. How does this relate to film? Like non-animated film? It's more problematic, right? But what we try to encourage is that sound designers are involved in projects from script writing through pre-production through the end, right? I think we all want that as a goal. I think in the professional world, it's very, very unusual to be able to do that. But certainly, directors should be consulting with sound designers who they know or plan to work with very, very early on, because it really impacts the way things should be shot. I wonder, for the cinematographers in the room, hands up if you want, do you ever listen to sound while you're shooting? Besides dialogue, let's say it's not dialogue, let's say you're shooting other things, right? Are you ever listening to sound? And what kind of sounds might you choose to feed yourself while you're shooting? I strongly recommend it, at least as an experiment. Try it, okay? So the final exercise, they're developing everything in tandem, that's the goal, and here's an example of a final work. I'm gonna actually start this again. Can we turn the lights down for this? That would be great. On this, the lights on the screen. Thank you. Quite a piece, actually. We get really, really interesting pieces by the end of class. What's our takeaway from this methodology? Flexing the connective tissue between phenomena or embodied experience and artistic expression is fundamental to arts education. As educator artists, we hold vast experience in expressing abstract ideas, whether consciously or not. Infusing our students with this ability is a great challenge. But patient experimentation with an approach that offers embodied and conscious mechanisms for expression has the potential to unleash the abstract artist in our students, enabling them to make audiovisual art that is richer and with greater impact. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Do we have questions in the audience?
Yes.
Thank you very much for very impressive and very innovative presentation. As an artist, I have made also many combinations between visual art and music from my diploma work at Tallinn Art Academy. And what I was wondered, your approach about sound and visuality, and in my monumental art and also in installation art, I also connected together animation, sound, and different visual tricks. So I am just curious, how did you found this area to talk about and teach about this film?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll tell you, there's an origin story to this course, right? There's a double origin story to this course. The course is called Audiovisual Communication. It has a very, very broad title. And there was a teacher who used to teach it. That teacher retired. And my partner, Sandra, who's a great, great expert in not only doing but teaching stop motion animation as well as drawing, decided, she was given the course, And she said it would be great to have sound in this course. So she asked me if I would join the course. So I joined the course. And we decided together that abstract education was missing in the curriculum. The students were not getting it over the 3 years at all, right, within the animation program. In the film program, they get it a little bit. In the animation program, they weren't getting it at all. So we formulated this process. And this was in 2019, the first time we taught it. The process was a little bit different. My treatment of phenomenology was much less intense. Much less intense. We didn't go into quite the philosophical discussion that you saw those little bullets on. The next spring was COVID, and class went online right when we were getting up to this unit in the second exercise. So I created a slide sheet, a presentation on phenomenology, and I was very concerned with the mental health of the students. They were having tremendous difficulties being at home, not getting out of the house. Most of them, I don't know what it's like here, but most undergraduate students in Lisbon are living with their parents. They're commuting great distances and living with their parents. And for a lot of them, it was kind of hard. It felt like a regression to go back at home. They had lots of feelings about fear of the disease, fear of the loss of their friendships, fear of they were moving forward in adulting and now suddenly they're sort of pulled off. There was so much going on in the heads of these kids, and I was talking with them and learning what was going on. So I created this discussion on essences almost as a kind of therapeutic exercise with the students, so that they could think about bigger things, so that they could compartmentalize their fears into the experience that they were having, so they could understand that it was temporary. We even made metaphors about DNA and RNA and platonic forms, right? Because in a way, that rock, each one of those rocks from in Platonic philosophy, each version of a rock is an imprint of a form of a rock. That's the real form, right? And similarly, the RNA that sometimes is a virus, right, is an imprint that's coming from a DNA. And I was sort of relating all of these things with them, and it was a very, very rich discussion. For another year and a half, we heard from students until they graduated about how rich that discussion was and how important that discussion was. So I left it in, right? I don't talk about COVID anymore, right? But I left in this rich discussion. And even now, I mean, it was just 2 weeks ago, one of the students who's kind of, I think he's going to be great in the end, but he doesn't work hard. He doesn't like to work hard, and he isn't very engaged in school. And I don't know how hard he's working on the exercises. That I don't know. But he came up, and this has happened many times, he came up after these discussions to say, no one's ever talked with us about this stuff before. This is really, really interesting. And I actually think the kid's probably going to leave animation, but he might go on and do something very different, right? So this experimentation that's changed a little bit for us, right, as teachers. It's an experimental model. We shift it, we change it a little bit every year. But this is kind of the origin story, right, of how this course came to be and how I ended up taking it down this path of semiotics and phenomenology as a framework, which concurrently were things that I was very obsessed with in my own PhD, which I was pursuing at the time. I finished my PhD like 4 years ago. So I was looking very closely at sound semiotics and sound phenomenology at the time. And I think for me also, the teaching of sound from a semiotics perspective is very, very important. The film theorists, Christian Metz, Raymond Ballor, all of the like 60s, 70s, 80s film theorists stayed away from sound. They did not go into it. They danced in it in a very, very, very lightly because it's very hard to capture the way sound is working from a semiotic standpoint on traditional structural or post-structural semiotics theory. It's very difficult. Why? The primary reason, in my opinion, is because of this idea of iconic, symbolic, and indexical meaning making, right? So when we're looking at a sign, we can have an icon which it looks like it is, it sounds like it is. Well, let me just give you an example. An ambulance siren, right? So iconically, an ambulance siren is the sound of an ambulance. That's all it's communicating to us, right? Symbolically, it could be about danger, right? Indexically, interestingly, we immediately go to where is it coming from? We do this with sound all the time. We want to know the source of a sound. Knowing the source of a sound and where it is indexical linguistic processing, right? We've been using lots of other terms that also work, right, within our whole embodied cognition framework of vocabulary. But that is an indexical functioning. And for me as well, when I hear it, and particularly if it's a European ambulance, I'm immediately reminded that this American now lives in Europe. And that carries with it both indexical and symbolic meaning because of the way I feel about living in Europe, right? So it's functioning on all of these levels at the same time. Sound has this unique ability to do that. Image can do that, but it's much more rare. Much, much more rare. When we get into abstract images, we're usually losing the iconic value, but the other values we're able to process with them. So it's because of partly my own philosophical obsession with these things and with sound and how it's functioning that also this has been infused into the course.
I have one question related. Actually, a little bit to the previous presentation on sound and kind of our recognition of sound. What do you think? Am I far-fetched if I just refer to previous talk? This back, like rear leveled.
It was the high one, the rear high one, yeah?
Rear, like back.
Yeah.
That sound that seemed to be like recognized fastest.
Yes.
And I was thinking that what about the ecological, like evolutionary background when our genetics come from these little mouses that were running on the surface of the ground, and most important thing for us was we have to know what is coming from above because we were the target of predator birds, for example. So I was wondering, maybe such a recognition that we recognize so fast, things that come from up.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, exactly the same thing. And when you look at the nature films and you see little animals looking like all the time, they're looking up.
Yeah.
It's the same with the little birds; they're looking all the time up. So I was wondering if it's
it's completely related, but it all comes from our understanding where something is coming from and what it is comes from embodied cognition, right? So the baby does not know that something is coming from behind it until the baby hears it, doesn't see a stimulus, and looks around and finds the stimulus. And by doing that, the baby is learning that the sound difference between this ear and this ear, the time difference, is going to tell them where location is.
But it might be too late.
It might be too late, right? So we have to act on these things very, very quickly. But also, as our colleague mentioned earlier, those are very frequently frequency dependent.
Yes.
And it's partly why the low frequency rumble of a tiger is so fear-inducing for us, because those low frequencies are not easily localizable.
I have also another question, if there are not at this point, related to script writing.
Yeah.
Like writing myself a long feature film, working with, words and mental imaginations of what happens with the characters, etc. I was wondering how to engage sound at that point of script writing and sound design. Of course, you can write ambulance sound heard from, or a city humming, or this type of. But are there other ways to kind of engage sound already in script writing level where you're actually playing with words?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, and I've written a script as well. I've written scripts before. When sound is a piece of the narrative, of course, it's easy to put it in. If the sound needs to be described, I hear my films in my scripts. That's fine. I'm sure you do as well. It's very important too. I think with editing in particular, I'm looking over to Lise. I think with editing in particular, it's very related because you can convey rhythms in your script by how quick is the dialogue, how long is your expository writing between pieces of dialogue. You can actually indicate, you can make a scene be read through faster because you're imagining more cuts or rhythms, or the contrary, if you're imagining a slow cinematic moment, you can treat it that way in the way you use words.
Because if I think of that, just the psychological moments in film that are where the character is like in that deep thing, looking into the distance. So what carries those moments typically is exactly the sound world, but very typically it's music.
Yeah.
But there are also, of course, other ways to emphasize.
Yes.
That moment.
For sure.
But thank you.
Sure.
I know we have to let Liz talk, but just very short question. This example that you showed is a very beautiful example of moving students from concrete towards abstract. But it seemed to me also that through engaging them with abstract theories, you also help them make abstract ideas more concrete. So has this been an experience when you chat with them that they understood the complex ideas of Plato and Heidegger better because they were animating it?
Absolutely. And what we find, because this is a second half of a second year class, we find then in their third year they do 2 capstone projects, one in the fall and one in the spring. And we find that for those projects, they are actually incorporating these ideas. They're thinking abstractly, even if the film is completely figurative, right? So they're working their abstract ideas into concrete, figurative film as well, carrying it with them. Yeah. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, next up, we are moving. It's really nice how the transition was from sound to sound and teaching, and now from teaching to teaching editing. So, next talk is by Liz Nimik, and Liz will share a very interesting practice of teaching film editing students through the way they respond to the material.
Hello. First of all, I ask you to look at this image and notice what you feel. And especially what you feel. And since this is a difficult room to ask for feedback, I will skip that part. But if you felt that if one of the birds flies away, this tree will fall, then this is exactly what I'm going to talk about. That kind of emergent narratives, like how do we treat them in the editing education. In that sense, I'm very much following the abstract education topic that David was talking about. So, I'm Liz. I'm a 4th year PhD student in Baltic Film and Media School. And the base of my iceberg, let's say, is I've edited 4 feature films, and I've directed 1 feature documentary. And I've, like, around a decade, I've been teaching film editing, both in BFM and internationally. So why I'm standing here today is also initiated by a moment that took place like 10 years ago when I found myself in front of editing students that were quite experienced. One thing I have to say about editing students, I don't know about how is it with sound students, but editing students have really changed over the 10 years because they come to university already with a lot of experience. They've grown up with editing audiovisual materials, so the basics is not the basics anymore that we used to compared to the education that I received, like when we were really learning the basics. And they don't need basics anymore. And they don't also need practice sometimes anymore because they've had so much practice. So I was confronted with these editing students that by some extent I understood that they are exactly looking for that abstract that David was talking about. So I didn't know what to do. In a panic, I turned to, this is my title, I turned to Roland Barthes, the good old Roland Barthes. Also inspired a little bit by Arvo Pärt's inability to compose for 7 years. So the way he got out of that kind of blockage of creative blockage was that he went through another discipline. So they started painting flower pots or something. That's this legend, and that finally made him possible to create this tintinnabuli famous style that he did. So I went to Roland Barthes, and we started looking at photos, studium and punctum. So very quickly, studium in the sense of Roland Barthes indicates this historical, social, or cultural meanings extracted via semiotic analysis, and punctum points to those features of a photo that seem to produce or convey a meaning without invoking any recognizable symbolic system. And two very important things, that the photographer cannot put the punctum in the photo, it has to emerge. He or she can only witness it. And to give examples of punctum is something that basically where you kind of expose your deeper self. And the very first photo that we use in the classroom to exemplify this is this photo where the studium is very clear. It's the opposition between nuns and soldiers. We all know from our education they are opposites. But what makes this photo really powerful, now I'm exposing myself because it might be different for other people, but in my case, it's the face of the nun, and then the face of the soldier, and then this gun that is kind of thrown out by light, and there is some sort of like a triangle between them. And here, for example, I would describe the punctum through this line of tension that I see between this girl and her look. So some sort of a narrative appears here that she's kind of responsible for her, but something is going on there. So with students, we look at a lot of photos. I ask them always to bring their favorite photo, and it's quite clear that if a photo is someone's favorite photo, it always has this punctum in it. And then for about 10 years, I've been fixated with this question, what is punctum in film? And I've been using it in my pedagogy, kind of, or using the pedagogy to find an answer to that question. What it really is that I think film editors need to be able to understand that they have this ability to look at images from different positions. So by using different ways of looking, we practice or resist categorization, thereby shaping and reshaping meanings and subject positions. So it means that new meanings can emerge if we look at images from, like, by changing our hats as filmmakers. We can look at them as story constructors, but we can also look at them as chance seekers. Chance seeking is a term by Emanuele Bardone, a practice-based approach in which practitioners deliberately remain attentive to unexpected possibilities that arise during the editing process, allowing unforeseen elements to influence decisions and the direction of inquiry. And the very important part of this idea of chance seeking is that if there is an encounter with an image that really touches you when you watch, let's say you go through a lot of images, there is really no way back. So this journey is not, you cannot turn it, you cannot delete that experience. That's the point. So I wrote an article about this, and my main conclusion was that authenticity in film raises from balancing between intention and emergence. So for me, this is a structure of a feature film. It stands on something impossible, an impossible balance that is kind of found during the process. And it is found through many, many trial and error episodes, let's say. And coming back to education, so my look at education goes through subjectification. So film editing is a little bit under-researched, I think, from that perspective that sometimes even people say that, but film editor does what the director says. So I find it very limiting view on how we can look at film editors. So the subjectification of film editors, like David was explaining that he was kind of doing this crash course of semiotics, but I think it also can take place without the semiotics, but it's so important to have it in focus. So Piesta, he differentiates between qualification, socialization, and subjectification in education. And while qualification and socialization reproduce existing knowledge and practices, subjectification fosters new beginnings and beginners. And education involves moments of transcendence, moments when students resist existing identities and identity positions and speak on their own terms. So I myself have experienced that both in my education and in my practice, that at some points you arrive to an understanding of a concept that totally changes the way you work, and it can be completely radical, the change. So the setup, the educational setup that I put up was in order to foster these moments of like kind of events in the classroom that change students' way of how they see editing. So the data that I collected, it was over 4 years, 4 semesters of BA longitudinal courses. There were 10 lectures, each 4-hour lecture, and 4 MA masterclasses that were international. And I collected 3 types of data. First, 201 exercises. I literally wrote back 1,804 individual feedback expressions to editing exercises. So this feedback was given using adjectives, answering the question, how did it make me feel? And it was not encouraged to give technical or semiotic analysis. So we were aiming towards recognizing these punctums in film. And it was also aimed towards developing a shareable language to verbalize both editing results and possible editing tasks. And we were using both fiction and documentary material, introducing the concept of punctum in the middle of a course. So in the long course, the beginning was quite traditional, and then in the middle, poof, boom, punctum. So that was kind of the same in every time. And first exercise of punctum editing is not an exercise to edit, but to just assemble things. And then 2 fundamental questions, records of the students' evolving understanding of punctum in film, and then student feedback reflecting on the simple question, what did you learn in this class? So these are just images of the materials that we were using. This is here on this side is the fiction material, and on the other side is the documentary material. So how do students conceptualize punctum in film? Like the most interesting finding was that they conceptualize it as a felt interruption, that's something that is above the system. And one student, almost analytically, I will quote, said that punctum is an element by which we abstract the viewer from a contextualized environment in an image. The viewer stops thinking of preconceptions and begins to create or develop a new meaning with what's being presented. And the other one says it's like a core of a scene revealing itself. And it's those moments that feel like they aren't even part of the film, something genuine, unique, so human that most of the time it can't even be scripted or planned. So punctum is experienced as something bigger than narrative, something that exceeds the internal logic of the film, introducing an element of alterity that reconfigures how the material is perceived and understood. And then as an embodied and relational experience, the moment when something inside me aches, when one feels present, not just in the world of the film, but all the worlds, my inner one, the outer one, the character's one, you know it's there because it evokes a feeling within you. And if it isn't there, then you feel the lack of it as well. But it's hard for me to put into words. So here we see how punctum operates at the limit of language, where the meaning is not explained but felt. And then it's also linked to authenticity and truth. A moment captured which could not have been planned for, that is cinematic in its own right and unique by itself. A more true and authentic when these unplanned, unrehearsed moments captured in real time, a raw, wild, authentic presence of reality on screen. The time which was just captured and put on the timeline without any artificial influence. And my favorite, it's a smell of the wet spring ground, a curl of hair, fallen dentures, shaking hands of the ex-soldier. So yeah, it's described as or experienced as an encounter with something irreducibly real. Now the feedback results. So the first group, I conducted qualitative thematic analysis with these 1,800 expressions, and I found 3 different kind of main groups where the feedback got into. So first group is the simple, effective, descriptive recognition. People or the students describe the scene as hectic, uneasy, really sad, mysterious, funny, or like a little bit expanded, like grandpa is confused, the boy is disinterested. And sometimes they bring in, even though it's kind of discouraged, but they still bring in this, what vibe the scene had, like Tarkovsky or something. And then the second group is the poetic response. And I will read this and then you will see how they kind of, I ordered them in this increasing kind of like order where in the beginning it can be quite simple that something bad is going to happen, he doesn't want to die. So you see that there is already like some sort of, how you say, like a continuation in time happening, or progress in time. Then innocence brings truth, life has no meaning, the ultimate escape from confrontation. Then it goes to this more like a metaphorical direction. And then the next group is, I don't know even how to name this group, but this is where I also sense some sort of a very strong idea of narrative. Like grandpa's soul belongs to his garden, Aunt Mario is coping with the death of a person who is not yet dead, this boy is going to need 20 years of therapy. And this is, for example, I think they are very good editing kind of tasks to give in the classroom. You know, make me a scene where the boy is going to need 20 years of therapy. And then, again, my favorite group is the embodied reactions. I want a cigarette now. I'm inside a dog, I'm being pulled into this world. And the third most interesting response group is the simultaneous or paradoxical meanings which emerge together. So she is old and young at the same time, everything is fancy and luxurious, but at the same time broken, preparing for the search, but also giving up, surrounded by people, but alone, hope that they are going to find him, but at the same time not. He was answering, but not answering. Progress at the same time with disappointment. And this already, I think, kind of touches this idea of world formation, that the students are allowing themselves to touch realities which are not easily constructible, not easily explainable. The statistics of this type of answers is also very interesting. They appeared in 2% of the cases, so there were 40 out of 1,800, and 70% of these were related to the punctum exercises, and 30% with the other exercises. So there is a kind of a connection here between the punctum pedagogy and these emerging responses. And it became kind of like a, how can I say, a sport for me, because I was giving so many classes that, will it happen in every class? Like, will it come? Will it? And it did. In every class, eventually, this paradoxical feedback came at least once. And then the last, what did you learn? The evidence of subjectification. So as I mentioned, these threshold concepts that I was looking for, and I saw 3 different groups of this subjectification proof of it. And first of all, how do we look at images? That they learned to look at the material differently and let it speak to them. Then trusting yourself. I struggled with confidence, and I understood that I shouldn't, because if I focus on my gut feeling and truly try, I have something to say and offer. And then using punctum as a shared language, I have an ever-evolving punctum detector in my brain. And then I understood the importance of being able to put our impressions and emotions into words in order to communicate what we want in an edit to other collaborators. So punctum shifts from an abstract notion to a practical lens that reorganizes perception and decision-making while simultaneously expanding the students' vocabulary. It became this operational concept to talk about the unspeakable in the classroom. And not even in the classroom anymore, but also in the corridors and on the street where I meet my students, they always start talking about punctum, which is very nice. And one conclusion that I have made from this, that the pedagogical emphasis on delaying interpretation and analysis can be interpreted as not as postponing the process of meaning making, but rather as facilitating a more direct access to it. So everything comes down also to a question, what do we consider a narrative? So do we want to go to these abstract spheres or not? And then if we talk about pure, let's say, constructed filmmaking, which is kind of in a format way, you know, like, let's say, the way films are made in Hollywood can be kind of, how can I say, copied. But then in auteur filmmaking, I think this way of approaching narrative and also in the education, we can actually get faster to the core idea. And the only one limitation that I want to mention is that of the study is that I did use documentary material to introduce punctum. So in the future, I feel like I want to try it also with fiction material, but I have to have a good material for that, and a little bit more controlled kind of the, let's say, experiment. Yeah, so my time is over, so ask me. Thank you.
Here we go. Okay. I will throw you. Can you please forward, Larissa?
Thank you. Hi, Lise. Thanks once again. It's sort of the second time that I see this talk, and I'm always impressed by it from the pedagogical side of it and just as an artist. And interestingly, this didn't occur to me the first time that we talked about this, but because it seems that punctum is very clear to us when we're looking at images, if you're talking about film or photography, I was wondering, is there a way to incorporate this into my own artistic practice as a writer? Do you think punctum can be found in the script? Is it something that we can find as professionals, that we can also incorporate into teaching?
I would say I don't have this experience of writing. That's the thing that but I can imagine that in the writing process, similarly, things can kind of emerge, you know, because you have this old education about the structure, the dramaturgy, how characters have to be, you know, the rhythm, everything you can learn. But there is, I think, in every creative process, this emergence is, and that is taking place inside the search process. You know, I've been talking to quite a lot of artistic researchers in the past weeks, and then it has kind of become very clear to me that the artistic process, one thing that is totally common in all artistic processes is the search part. And then it's the question, how do you methodologically access that, or control, not control is not the right word, but how you, what's the right word? I'm lacking words. Navigate, yeah, through it. Like, do you try to control everything or not? And do you allow things to emerge or not? And do you question the things that emerge, or you allow them to be the key points of your story suddenly? You know, there's this kind of inner freedom together with all the knowledge we have, with all the control we have. Like, I think the balancing act, like John Dewey said, that everything that is interesting is not in the total balance position. It's just before the balance is achieved, and just after you know, you fall out of it. That there is so much related to balance, but not totally in the balance of everything. So that's why the search process exists, I think. Yeah.
Do you when you describe this like almost in the balance, and then when the balance has kind of lost, so very tiny moment, is this all? So this is in recognizing of punctum as well, or is punctum something that, as you said, there's no going back in some sense, I assume, in these moments when you have recognized the punctum, you cannot see it off anymore.
You cannot unsee it, yes.
You cannot unsee it anymore.
Yes, and the editors that I interviewed for the previous article they were describing very well that how they become really loyal to these punctums that they find, you know, that they allow them to be on their timeline as the guiding kind of elements of the story, that they are like in love with them, or they need this feeling, expressing these feelings for something that is not, yeah, possible to.
Question up here.
Thank you. Very interesting talk. I wanted to ask you, as you were talking quite a lot about exercises with students and what they were doing during classes. Naturally, every art, as editing as well, is kind of skill-based. If people have done it long enough, then they are making decisions even unconsciously, even not realizing, not verbalizing why they are doing them. But in the same time, as you are writing in your article as well about Kuleshov effect, we know it very well that our mind is able to make links between visuals, between pictures which are absolutely not connected. And in the same sense, I would ask concerning possible exercises, what you were doing or not doing with students, if you would ask them connect clips, images, based on some algorithmic model, kind of to switch off completely your decision-making mechanism. What kind of result it is? Sometimes it could be very kind of revealing in that sense that when clips are or images are put together sequentially without any kind of conscious meaning by some rule. Let's say you have like 3 different kind of visual materials, and from each material like 10 seconds are taken, and this storyline is built. So, and in a way, naturally, it's very hypothetical question. It probably works well with the abstract visual material, where you can't break any kind of narrative inside. So in that sense, question about algorithmic kind of editing kind of practice. Are you using this kind of method, or you know somebody is using this kind of method? Because probably structural filmmakers, maybe they did it quite well, or in digital art also some works or interactive movie projects are made in that way.
By algorithm, you mean like a previously written some sort of like a algorithm that picks things, or yes. What do you mean by?
I mean some kind of external rule.
External rule, yeah.
Which is followed without any kind of contextual reason.
Well, the one that I've been using is the punctum assembly. So I asked them to bring a 6 to 8 minute punctum assembly, but like just after introducing the concept, they have to bring a punctum assembly that is not edited, but it only consists of these moments that they feel that are punctum in film, and they are completely free to understand what is. It can be 2 seconds, or it can be a long take, but the main thing is that it's not edited, that they put it on the timeline. And then basically, a very big portion of this paradoxical feedback comes from these exercises, that there is some sort of a narrative that appears. But I haven't done anything like, let's say, mathematical in a way that, okay, like so regarding to lengths or regarding, because I have been really focusing on this idea of punctum in a way. Because somehow, how can I say, I think the opposite approach would still bring it back here somehow, that I want them to practice actually what they feel, which is in art education is also something that I feel like sometimes forgotten, and in editing as well, that we learn so much about the craft and the ability to practice just what you feel and then put these feelings together is also very difficult in a way. But no, I haven't practiced anything other type of algorithmic editing.
Okay, thank you, Liis.
Thank you.
Clap, clap. And next we focus with Ellen Lotman to event segmentation.
Oh, I have the ugliest slides, I'm sorry. So my talk today, at first it might feel like a little bit opposite to what Liis was talking about, but in the end these talks will converge. So I want to share with you an experiment we did last year, I think. An experiment on event segmentation and filmmakers' intent. So firstly, what is event segmentation? We know that the human psyche structures everyday life events into meaningful segments, which allows for better understanding and interpretation of the world. And this is an automatic process. It's called event segmentation, and it's one of the main components of perception and forms the basis of higher cognitive functions, such as remembering and planning actions. So during your everyday experience, you segment your everyday experience into bigger and more fine-grained segments. So for example, if you imagine coming here today in the morning, depending on where you came from, if you try to remember it, you might remember, let's say you left the hotel or you left your home and then you took a tram and then you entered. So if you try to remember it, you will remember it in segments. There will probably be a segment where you were in a tram. There might be a segment where you were leaving the house. And there might be a segment when you arrived here, if you had a coffee or if you came in. So there are this kind of discrete structural experiences on our everyday life. Event segmentation studies of event segmentation have shown that we structure our everyday experience in more large-grained, like last year, and each of those large events also has smaller events within them. And the studies in event segmentation show that there are also ways how people perceive the event boundaries. Usually one of the things how we perceive event boundaries if something changes. So if there is a big change, it creates an event boundary. So sometimes with people who kind of are absent-minded and tend to forget what they were saying, sometimes it happens that you enter a room, you go through a door, and then you forget what you were saying. So because your brain segments it into a new event, sometimes you have to go back and enter the door again to remember what you were doing. So, and this event segmentation is part of a larger structure of our own narrative self, how we build the idea of who we are and where we came from. By and large, we segment our life into big pieces, and then we create connections between those pieces, which are usually causal connections. So when we tell about ourselves to somebody else, we might say, when I was born in Tartu, and then I went to that school, and because of going to that school, I met that person, and because of that, so we kind of create segments, and within these segments we have causal connections that make it all into one experience. What we know about event segmentation is that it supports prediction of events, enabling one to anticipate what might follow the present moment. During segmentation, previous experiences are activated, which help to evaluate prospective changes in the structure of events. So one of the things that researchers have been able to demonstrate is that one of the segmentation underlying logic of segmentation is an actor's goal. So right now when I speak about actor, I don't mean actor in terms of a person who is a professional actor, but somebody who acts. So if we see somebody acting, we presume that they have some kind of goal for it. And as they have reached this goal, then we create a new segment. So, for example, there is this event segmentation study where people were watching a video of a woman making a bed, putting a bed sheet on, and then putting the duvet, and then putting the pillow sheets. So all in all, people tended to segment, let's say, blanket was a separate segment, but pillows, both pillows, were one big segment, and singular pillowcases were also separate smaller segments. But not every hand movement was seen as a segment. So basically, when a person picks up a pillow and a pillowcase and starts putting it in, our brain creates a goal. Aha, they want to put the pillow in. So until this goal is achieved, then a new event boundary appears. For me, this has immense amount of different connections with filmmaking. One of the first things when we talk about character, one of the first things an actor asks is, what do I want? So wanting something in a film as a film character is a very central question, not only to the actor, but also to the whole dramaturgy of the film. So we see that this having a goal and reaching the goal is not only something that we do in films, but it is very, very deeply ingrained in the way we perceive the world. So, and what we know about films is that films are characterized as structured composition. So we have major, big episodes, usually we call them sequences, and then there is a tempo, there is a rising tempo, and all filmmakers know it, there is a very typical way of describing a film structure is a 3-act structure. So we have exposition, confrontation, resolution. There are thousands of different ways of naming this 3-act structure. But this sequential logic of stories that we see in films, that we see in narratives, is really connected to the way we actually perceive reality. And so there is a hypothesis that these kind of structural elements maintain the rhythm of the film, and this can support the viewer's cognitive engagement and make film experience more interpretable and memorable. So film historians argue that the length of major episodes originates from early days of film projection. So end of 19th century, one reel of film held about 10 to 15 minutes of material, and filmmakers tried to ensure that each reel covered an episode, so there wouldn't be a cut to change the reel between something really important happening. These reasons were at that time purely practical, but this structure of sequencing a full-length feature into more or less 8 to 10 minute smaller sequences has still remained, and it's one of the foundational practices of full-length feature filmmaking. And probably the reason why it's still there is that it seems to somehow correspond to the way people perceive narratives and help them to follow the film. And thus, event segmentation has been consistently important in film theory, not using these terms, using event segmentation and connecting it to film is quite recent in film studies. And it provides the viewer with an organized and coherent whole and enhances cognitive processing, which in turn offers an intriguing way to show human perceptual process. So what we can say about event segmentation and film is that film viewer actively participates in event segmentation through various cognitive processes, simultaneously analyzing and interpreting the film through personal experiences. Nevertheless, there are consistent patterns and agreements in how viewers understand and segment the film's narrative. So there have been a number of studies into event segmentation and film. So, for example, in one of the many studies that James Cutting has done on editing, I just love that the name of a person who studies editing is Cutting, found that the more different dimensions like location, characters, or time change, the more the filmmaker's constructed narrative aligns with the viewer segmentation. And there are very many cognitive processes that support event segmentation, including attention, perception, and expectations. So, according to the theory of event segmentation, memory structures that rely on perceptual prediction, we call them event models, could help to simplify the storage, prediction, and comprehension of information. So it's a way of dealing with our everyday information and also a way of dealing with the story information. And stories or narratives in a way are like external hard drives before the hard drives were invented. I presume that it was a way of conveying a lot of information by sitting at the fireplace and not having a hard drive to give this information. So modeling information into a story is a way of storing information. And the film viewer must constantly update these models, that is their understanding of the film, in order to avoid misinterpretations and grasp the narrative. I'm running through this a little bit because this gives just a background of the previous studies. So there is a number of studies into event segmentation, how it influences the cognitive process, how it influences film techniques, and the correlation between different viewers. But one of the things that I felt, and I think 2 years ago on the conference also we had a discussion about it, is that the comparison between an intended segmentation or intended structure of a film by a filmmaker and comparing it to what the viewer feels, I haven't seen any studies of this. But because I'm a filmmaker and I have filmmaker friends, I can get access to a material where we could see what the filmmaker actually intended and then compare it to what the viewers felt. So we did this study on Estonian film Truth and Justice. Let's first watch the trailer so that anyone who doesn't know the film will get the gist of the film. We have a video. Maybe we can turn down the lights.
Andres, miks sa just selle koha ostsid? Kas paremat ei leidnud?
Las me aga harjume ära. See ei ainult testeks nõnda, et ajab hirmu peale. Küll sa näed, kuidas varsti vargame meie eest hoolitseb. Põllud kividest puhtaks. Aiad korda.
Andres, millal sa viimuti hinge tõmbasid?
Ei ole õlpu isegi siis, kui vihma sajab. Ajab ikka välja.
Oene, Jussike.
Uued kambrid ja laudad. Saunamadis hakkab kraavi kaevama. Kaevaks üleajatsega kahasse tuleb odavama.
Ja aruga kahasse tuleb ikka kallim.
Mis mees siis tema on?
Eelmine peremees kuuldi ikka kaebama. Lõpuks ütles, et läheb tagapere peaaru pärast siit minema.
Sina oledki?
Mina meesne.
Mõni mees, kes koha võtab, kus mina 2 peremeest välja löön.
Nii tule see riid täna, siis tuleb Tom.
Mis hullu juttu sa ajad?
Nii seda otsib. Külvan vähtam, koristan kive, aga ikka nii nagu ei teeks midagi.
Parim saak, mis meil kunagi olnud on.
Sina paisutad vett minu maale. Mina paisutan vett ainult oma heinamaale.
Mida sa hull loom ometi teed?
Nii tule see riid täna, siis tuleb Tom. Meie Vargamäele anname, siis annab tema meile ühel päeval vastu. On see siis vale? On siis?
Kõik ütlevad, et küll ta peab Marist ilma.
Võtame enda lapsed ja lähme.
Juss, kallis.
Isa, kas sa võid omale käe südamele panna ja kinnitada, et sina ühelegi riiulega kohtukäimisele pole põhjustanud?
Okay, so Truth and Justice is based on Estonian, it's a literary adaptation from a very seminal book to all Estonians. And as you can see, it is, we can say it's an epic story because it spans over almost the whole generation and over a period of this lead character's life, in a way, spiraling into darkness. That's what we Estonians do. So the purpose of our study was to compare and analyze the overlap between filmmakers' intentional segmentation and the viewer's experiential segmentation of the events. And we also wanted to see if there is a relationship between the segmentation overlap, what the viewers, if there is an overlap with the viewers and the filmmakers, and self-reported measures of the experience after the viewing. So what the audience felt or reported feeling. I will rush a little bit through this. So we had these following research questions. To what extent does filmmakers' intent align with the viewer's immediate experience of perceiving event boundaries in a feature-length film? So as you saw from the trailer, this style of film is a very, I don't know if controlled is the right word, but it's not an indie film where you have a lot of freedom to interpret what you see. I could refer here to Uri Hassan's studies, who compared people looking at the good and the bad and the ugly, Curb Your Enthusiasm, and then CCTV footage from a random street, and saw that the good and the bad and the ugly had much more synchronicity within the brains of the audience comparing to a CCTV footage. So definitely the way the film is made, it either exerts more control on the audience or less. And Truth and Justice is made in this kind of style that we can presume that the director has made it in a way that he wants to pull the audience through a very certain road of watching the film and not have very many interpretations about what is going on. So for me, this Truth and Justice was a good example because there is segmentation already very strongly structured in. Then does greater overlap between the viewers and the filmmakers segmentation predict a better film experience? And also, does the greater overlap between the viewers and filmmakers segmentation support understanding the narrative, focus on the story, immersion in the narrative, emotional engagement, and overall liking of the film? So these two first research questions I am able to share with you. So our method was, it's a small pilot study. We had 31 participants, quite young. Average was about 25 years old. And because it's a literary adaptation, we also checked who had previously seen the film and who had read the novel. Because the film is quite long, it's almost 3 hours, plus there is a questionnaire that they have to fill. We had to keep the sample quite small. But at first we thought minimum 20 participants, but somehow the study turned out to be more popular. Estonians seem to want to watch Truth and Justice voluntarily. So in the end we had 31 participants. So event segmentation task. They watched the film on a computer screen and were instructed to press the space bar whenever they perceived to start a new major episode of event. So this method has been widely used in studies of event segmentation, but when giving the task, it is really important to be concrete enough but vague enough, because we don't want the audience to be thinking actively about the screenplay structure while they're doing it. It's not the quiz, find the event boundary. It's more like if you have to focus on if you feel that something new is beginning. So a major episode was generally described as a situation where participant noticed the largest change in the story. And the important part was that the participants were told that there are no right or wrong answers. So what mattered is their own personal feeling when a new event started. So we really tried to take care of the fact that they are not trying to find the right. They're not doing a quiz, but they are just watching the film, following their feelings, and when they feel that something new starts, then they press the button. And after the film, participants retrospectively evaluated their own segment choices and explained the reasoning. Every time they did push the space bar, a screenshot was made, so they could go back to the screenshots and they could answer whether they think still after seeing the whole film, whether they still think they would confirm to this decision, and also an open-ended question asking them to describe the reasoning behind this decision. And it was an open source software, PsychopY, that we used. I love the name of this software, PsychopY. So And the dependent variable to measure the filmmaker's intent, we used the 7 main event boundaries identified by Tanel Toom. So when he was writing the script, he built a structure of the film, not talking about event segmentation, but just creating the script play. And he defined the structural boundaries during the script writing and development phase. And there was a structure table of the film based on 8 sequences. So, and for this experiment, the original structure table was overlaid with the final film timeline and timestamp. So here you can see, this slide took time because there's, so up here is the structure that Tanel created while he was developing the film, and below here is taking these event boundaries and transposing them to the final film, because the upper structure was created before they even started shooting. So once they finished shooting and the film was finished, we search for these event boundaries and then mark them within the timeline of the film. So what we did, we measured by the key presses, and the overlap between participants and the filmmaker segments was calculated, finding the temporary nearest viewer segment of each filmmaker defined boundary. Because in films, the transitions usually are not very abrupt, especially because this film, this kind of epic nature of film might mean that the event boundary is a swooping music, there is a drone shot over a swamp. It's Estonian film, so a lot of swamps. That the event boundary is not so clear. So we did a mean temporal distance between the filmmaker's boundaries and the nearest viewer boundary. And then also we looked at the 60 seconds boundaries, and then we also had a time window of 150 seconds, just to make sure that these longer transitions, which are within the film, would still be involved. And then we also used a version translated to Estonian of narrative engagement scale. So for this scale aims to capture how different cognitive aspects influence viewer involvement. So it's a self-reported measure. People after the watching of the film, they had the 7-scale questionnaire that they filled. There was we had to leave some of them out because of, for example, with liking there was a lot of people liked the film, so there was a strong ceiling effect at some point. It was for some of these it was a little bit hard to differentiate these more fine-grained differences. But we did include the 7-point scale where we checked the prior familiarity and then film liking and memorability. Okay. So quickly, the procedure. We sent out invitations in social media. The experiment was conducted at the Institute of Psychology in University of Tartu. And was part of also a BA thesis. And the participants signed the informed consent form and had a very small verbal introduction. The researcher left the room, and then they were watching the film and doing the event segmentation exercise or task. There is some info about the data cleaning and analysis, but I'm not going to stay here for long. Okay, so there is some, for some reason my text doesn't show. So I'm going to read it out. So this first is a number of viewer segments. So at first we examined if there was a very big difference between how many segments the viewers saw and how many segments the filmmaker had done. So number 7 is the number of Tanel's segmentation. And the biggest number of segments was 31. So there was one person who saw 31 different changes, but it's quite a big outlier. I think in a film that would be less structurally controlled, the variability would be much bigger. But probably because the filmmaker intended to have those segments, all of his firepower also was directed to making sure that if there is a big change in the story, that the audience sees it and understands that. Okay, that was a separate slide. So, and the minimum number was 7. So most you can see the big part of the viewers' segmentation with the filmmakers it had a very big overlap. So I could say that. I have this slide. So we had. To sum it up, this means that participants identified on average about half of the filmmakers' defined segments. So about half of the segments almost all overlapped with what Tanel defined before the film. But the interesting thing is that these segments had very different overlap. So we tested whether the overlap differed across the filmmaker's 7 identified segments. And here you can see that the biggest overlap was here. And the smallest overlap was in the beginning. This is something that we usually know as inciting incident. So in the beginning of the film, there is a bit less of overlap. And when the film progresses from the midpoint, the overlap becomes bigger. And the 6th sequence change had a very, very big overlap with what the filmmaker had intended. So we also looked at what was the difference between these moments, and the least overlap, the overlap with the viewer segmentations and the filmmaker segmentations was weakest when changes were subtle. So if there was a change in if the change that the filmmaker was imagining as a big story change was expressed through internal changes of the actor or the mood without big temporal or environmental shifts, this was less noticed. And the biggest overlap was when there were time jumps and multiple changes in multiple dimensions. So time, season, environment. If all of them changed simultaneously, then the event segmentation for the viewers was clearly stronger. And so, also overlap and narrative engagement based on what the viewers said. So, no significant associations emerged between the overlap and these items, which means higher overlap with the filmmaker's segmentation did not predict greater understanding, focus, immersion, or emotional engagement. On the contrary, the greater the overlap, the less viewers liked the film and the less they remembered the film. Which is, for me, very interesting, because everywhere we tend to say that we do it so that the film viewers would like it more. So there are many reasons why this could be. It could be that one possibility is that they were engaged with the task more. So the reason why they didn't like the film so much is because they were actively engaged with segmenting. So that could be one of the reasons. But, and I think it definitely would need to be studied more. I think my personal belief is that the answer lies somewhere where we have a lot of studies, for example, in music enjoyment, which say that in musical enjoyment, both prediction, if you predict certain musical development, if this prediction is answered by the music, or if the prediction is not answered and something unpredictable happens, both of them create enjoyment. So I think, as in our real life, when we move through our life and we try to predict what is happening, when everything happens as we predict, it's nice. But if we had a very strong evolutionary tendency to only predict things, we would be very bad at reacting to things which are unpredictable. So it means we have to have a reward system which is connected to unpredictability. And I think the way, for example, music often plays with its listeners is playing between predictability and unpredictability creates this this kind of wave of enjoying that you understand what's going on, but at the same time it's interesting because new things happen. And I quote Juri Lotman, my grandfather, who has said that in order for a communication to be interesting, we have to be similar enough in order to understand each other, but we have to be different enough in order for it to be interesting to talk. So I think the more the audience was able to completely be in sync with what the filmmaker was intending for them to feel, the likability for some reason started falling because maybe it wasn't so interesting anymore. So as I said in the beginning, my talk started from quite far from what Liis was saying, but in the end, I think there is always this balance between we need to be able to make films and we need to be able to understand the world around us, but at the same time, there needs to be a certain degree of unpredictability and things that we just don't understand because our brain wants to learn new things and it also gets enjoyment out of those. So I think these results in a way, I would say they don't oppose to what has been said. I still agree that event segmentation and event boundaries in films, they create films that are clearer, better to understand, better to remember. But yesterday when I said we have to be careful about saying that these neuroscientific studies show how to make better films, this definitely isn't so. This study comparing event segmentation by the viewers and the event segmentation by the filmmaker might actually indicate that we still need filmmakers. That was I wasn't intending to arrive to this point, but we still need unpredictability and confusion. Ooh, and I went over my time.
Sounds like a conclusion. We still need filmmakers. Okay, thank you, Ellen. Fantastic study, by the way. Any questions? Here we have. I'm not running to you. I'm just taking 2 steps by one. To think about your question. You are.
Thank you. So I'm Mirona Radu from Romania, filmmaker first of all, but I'm also working in research. For sure, I found this study very interesting. At the same time, I have to say that in a way, it's the contrary that I was presenting yesterday, actually, because of I was talking about the flow of emotions and the thoughts that sometimes from my small experience of research, let's say, it appears more important for the audience in order to stay with their emotions and to perceive what the filmmakers actually intended to do at the beginning. Mm-hmm. And I was also remembering during your presentation, which I found, however, very, very interesting, about Pudovkin emotional script, that of course besides this segmentation of events, which of course we need as filmmakers to have the flow of the events, yes, there is a flow of emotions, and I wonder if for this kind of study, if you can, or would you like to think also to have a sort of segmentation of emotions, because we as filmmakers, we are always thinking about the emotion behind an event and about some actions, about some sequences. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe some results can be maybe put it together, or yeah, thank you.
Revised maybe. Even.
So we did ask, sadly I don't have this slide translated yet, but we did ask the different strategies that the viewers were using in order to segment. So this blue one is narrative, so 20% was the segmentation was based on narrative. This red one, 20% is characters. 17.3 is audiovisual cues about event boundaries. And this green one here is time, emotion, environment, and prior knowledge. So some of the people who had read the book or seen the film before used also prior knowledge. So emotion, it is, it definitely has to do with the event boundaries. And one thing that we also looked into, I don't have them in these slides yet because I haven't had time to translate it, but we also looked into event boundaries that were consensual within the viewers, but didn't collide with what Tanel was seeing. And so there were, I think, 4 or 3 event boundaries within the film that the viewers indicated, but were not in the table. And one of them, for example, is earlier in the film, where one of the viewers has described this moment as Andres, the main character, lost his belief in honesty because it seemed like lying works. So this is an emotional change within the character that the audience felt as a very important change, but within the story, it's not. It's an event within a segment in the story. And then there was another moment where it's quite close to midpoint, but it's like, I think, 5 minutes before the midpoint, where one of the viewers has indicated a place where from that moment Andres wasn't the same anymore. So there are changes, internal changes within the characters that are usually expressed by acting and music, which the viewers have seen as a very important change of events, which are not articulated in the structure that Tanel created, but at the same time we know, and I don't have time to go in there, but this structure here is a narrative structure, but there is always the character arc, and character arc events, they usually near the narrative changes, but they are not always overlapping because the character might change as a result of a big narrative change or change before. So, but definitely it's a good question. Audiences used emotional shifts also as event boundaries, and I think it would be very interesting to study how, because I think when I walk on the street and nothing happens, but I remember something bad that creates a bad emotion, I'm quite sure that my brain creates an event boundary between before when I didn't remember that bad thing and later when I remembered. So I presume that emotions are part of creating event boundaries. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to share 2 thoughts. Like in the classroom, I didn't mention it in my presentation, but there is also a very interesting correlation between the intention of the editor and then the feedback. That many times it has happened that this kind of like like I said, the poetic or paradoxical feedback comes for a scene which the author later says that their intention was something completely different. But the classroom kind of senses it very unitedly as something powerful. So sometimes this intention can really, how can I say, like have some sort of morph process. And then another thing in for example, in eco-critical filmmaking, or let's say nature filmmaking, that there is this problem that we kind of anthropomorphize everything, like everything is from the human's perspective, and then the filmmakers start creating strategies how to hide the intentions because they feel like manipulation. And actually, I think it's super interesting, these results. That they provide actually the information, like which were the moments where the pedal was too strong in a way in the manipulation, maybe that the viewer starts to reject it. This is really in editing is something very obvious that if somebody edits something that is very conceptual and like I want to say this, then most of the people reject it. And
yeah, it's very interesting, and I can't talk about it too long. I have to squeeze it, but it's really connected to this. Juri Lotman's concept of marked and unmarked choices. So what he says is that if you're a filmmaker who works during the era of black and white cinema, doing a black and white film is an unmarked choice, because everybody does black and white, there is no choice involved. If you do it nowadays, it's a marked choice, so it's a decision to really, I want to say you something, tell you something. So what I have experienced as a filmmaker and as a film viewer, I think the existence of the intent is super important, but it's no guarantee that the translation process, that I wanted to say this and then I make this movie, and then when I ask from the audience, they got this. So for me, the strength of the intent, sometimes having the intent is more important than actually thinking whether the audience gets it or not. And I think with the best films it's very often that every viewer sees a different film. When I was still a film student, I was, for some reason, I had to go to radio and talk about my favorite film, which was Fight Club back then. And another guy from my school was also there, so we talked about this. And the host asked, "So why did you like this film?" And I said, "This is the best, this disruptive, anti-societal film I have ever seen." And the guy I was there with, who was my friend, he said, "What are you talking about? This is a movie about men growing up without fathers." And I was like, "What? I don't even remember it." So I think what this shows to me is that the filmmaker definitely has to have an intent, and we as viewers, we look at it, whatever is on the screen is purposeful, but it's not always the fact that we have to, it's not like a letter in the bottle that arrives and we go like, "Oh, I got the message." Sometimes we just need to get that somebody's trying to tell us something, and then we have to perform our own cognitive, that came out of your talk and also came out of Ali's talk, that inserting something which confuses sometimes actually makes people more active in their thinking than going with the flow and just enjoying a film that really clearly tells you what to feel.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you. Again, fantastic talk. We're going to have a coffee pause. Then we have one talk on cinematography. And then we will be showing the film, which is the thesis film for Burak Yilmaz, our Ellen's and my PhD student, cinematographer's PhD student. The film is directed by me. And unfortunately, Burak is not here to talk about the film himself. But I have his PhD in front on my computer, so I will be referring to some of text that he has been written about that experience of shooting that specific film, especially from embodied point of view of the cinematographer. And so some of you have seen the film already. You are not forced to watch it again. It's 38 minutes. And to warn a sensitive audience, so it has a quite strong graphic, so let's say, graphic violent section at the very end. So, but I'm sure you are adults and perhaps can take it. But just warning you, I feel responsible of warning you of that. So, but coffee break now, and then the film. Ääni tulee, joo. Okay, last sessions of the NeuroCine conference 2026 are starting soon. They are not, how to say, last but not least. So excitement grows towards the summing up of the take-home message with Ellen and Pietikka at 5:15. So before that, we will have on online, I'm sure, already waiting us. Yes, hello, Sahin. How are you?
Hi, Pia, I'm good. Hello.
Okay, so sorry for waiting. You know, the coffee pauses in this kind of conferences, they have tendency to grow a little bit longer. But okay, we are ready for you. So stage is yours. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sachin. I'm a cinematographer, and at present I'm a PhD candidate at Lusofna University. And I'm very sorry I'm not present there in person. I love Estonia. I always want to travel there again and again, but at present my residency is getting renewed in Portugal, and I'm waiting for it, and so I can't wait, like travel out of Portugal for this period. My presentation today is about my PhD research project on the interplay of film format, camera proximity, and viewpoint in shaping empathy towards characters. I had to restructure my presentation as I originally planned to screen a film, which we shot on Super 8 format. This is one of my artistic projects for my PhD, but the film processing is taking too much time. They are not processing here in Portugal, so we have to go to Germany to send the film Germany, and it is taking 3-4 weeks. So we are still in the process of post-production, and that's why I'm not focusing on this talk about my artistic project, that specific artistic project, but I am focusing this on my whole project of the PhD, which includes other projects also. So my research project is about the camera, the cinematographer, the type of camera, so the format, the placement of camera, the close and distant viewing, so the proximity, the connection with the subjects, and apparent empathy towards the characters. It is a study around the visual path for a capture and flow of emotion. In the presentation, I have included many frames from my earlier film projects, which I shot as a cinematographer or director of photography, according to their relevance to the topic discussed. Then I will be mentioning in brief about the artistic research projects which I'm planning to shoot in next few months. I would like to begin with these lines on viewpoint. This is the part from the speech of Hungarian writer Laszlo, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature last year. He says, "I give my thanks to my older brother, who often carried me home from kindergarten, because of which I became infinitely grateful to him, as he showed me that there could be another way of looking at the world, not just that which is given." I will again come to the viewpoint in form of camera viewpoint, and now I begin with the camera. Camera is the basic cinematographic apparatus, and therefore the viewer is not situated at far from the image, but is actually enveloped by it. The camera carries the viewer into the film. They see everything from inside and feel surrounded by the characters. And because of this transportation, the characters need not to tell the viewers what they feel. Viewers see what characters see and see it as they see it. The cinematic image gives the viewers an immediate perception of the story world. A filmmaker develops a controlled system of actions with his camera to turn the images into meaningful and specific expressions. "I am the kino eye," states Zygmunt in his film The Man with the Movie Camera. and he investigates the dynamic relationship of the cameraman, the subject, and the audience through cinema. As Metz wrote, spectator has to identify with the camera. Individual parts of the camera are mechanical, like shutter and lens functions, but they are considered as visual, sensory, and kinetic. They come together as a unibody, and camera provides a synesthetic perception of the world as mentioned by Ponti. What a viewer sees in a film that produces a sense of being is seen only through the camera's eye. Flosser suggests that although the apparatus functions according to the photographer or cinematographer's intention, this intention itself is determined by the camera's program. A camera acts as a window to the world of story, sending powerful messages to the viewers in the same way as the eye functions as a mirror of the soul. Viewpoint, and this is not cinematic point of view or a POV shot. Perspective depends upon the distance between the camera and the character. This decides the viewpoint, which is the foundation for the most important task. Where to place the camera? We place a camera at a specific viewpoint and at a distance to make the setup of the visual elements work. As Henry has said, the fact of viewing from afar, of contemplating what has been torn apart, of arranging viewpoints and perspectives can, in most favorable cases, change the effects of a strategy into aesthetic objects. I'm trying to explore this in my research, that how different characters are viewed and felt from different camera distances. Nelson has mentioned that audience perspective, the spatial relationship to the characters, is altered by the positioning of viewpoint. The camera position, or to be more specific, the distance between the camera and the subject. J. Hoban writes in his famous book, The Cine Lens Manual, that perspective is governed by the position of the subject in relation to the distance to the camera. The amount of what is actually captured in a given shot is determined by the combination of focal length and the format. During the filmmaking process, the performance of the actors is first captured by a cinematographer on the camera, recording the memorable moving image. A cinematographer is a visual psychiatrist, guiding the audience through the film, shaping their journey, and influencing their thoughts and perceptions according to the intended vision. Cinematographer's primary role is to be a support and enhancement to the dramatic and narrative flow of the film. They are considered the custodians of the image, considering it their heritage and responsibility. On co-authorship of a cinematographer, Philip Cohn cites the collaboration between Orson Welles and the cinematographer Greg Toland while discussing the visual aesthetic of Citizen Kane, to argue that Toland heavily and creatively influenced the film. Cinematographers use and manipulate cinematographic variables to build the desired perspective, contributing to the development of aesthetics and facilitating the evocation of empathy among viewers. These variables span several key areas: lighting, camera and lenses, composition and framing, and camera placement, distance, and movement. These variables also include the aspect ratio and the film format used to capture the image. Format is the physical size of the film negative or the sensor. According to Timonen, aspect ratio is the cinematographer's canvas. It determines the visual composition of an image and how it fills the screen. If aspect ratio may be considered as the shape of the canvas, the format would be the size of the canvas. Different aspect ratios evoke different emotional and psychological responses, impacting storytelling. The aspect ratio also affects how much of the background is visible and where in the frame. A cinematographer will compose differently for a 1:33:1 aspect ratio than for a 2:39:1 aspect ratio. And therefore, the eye will be led differently across and through the frame according to the weight of the visual elements on one side or on another side. The format is a technical specification. However, it is considered to be the most sacred place inside the camera because it is the first to register the emotions of the actors to be filmed. Various formats have been available since the inception of filmmaking according to the film size or film width as 8mm, 16mm, 35mm, also larger, VistaVision and IMAX. Cinematographers have used separate formats to shoot different films. They have also taken the artistic and technical liberties to employing various formats in the same film. David Stump mentioned in his book Digital Cinematography that Super 35 format was most commonly used and is most pleasant to look at. About the film Oppenheimer, director Christopher Nolan explains how balance of intimacy and magnitude feels right for Oppenheimer. As the protagonist enters the room, I enter the room. To help him feel more central to the character and help moviegoers feel that too, the cameras were kept closer to Murphy than they did to other characters as well. James Laxton observed that on large format, the viewers feel emotional connectivity because of the immersive effect and the proximity from the subject to lens. How does a format may affect the camera subject distance? To maintain a same composition or magnification, camera with a smaller format will be placed away from the character than a camera with a larger or bigger format. Because the larger format covers the bigger area with the same lens or the lens of the same focal length. The camera subject distance constructs an objective depth, its apt position and proximity provides a visual satisfaction to the viewers. The audience perspective, the spatial relationship to the characters is altered by the positioning of the viewpoint, the distance between the camera and the subject. And the perspective it provides is that a cinematographer may not want to change by moving physically closer or farther away. Cinematographer of the film Joker, Lawrence Sher explains why it was shot on large format, Alexa 65 camera. Because the filmmakers wanted to psychologically draw the audience to the central character to develop empathy and live through the transition that he was going through and further into his descent into chaos and madness. Yeah. Lawrence Sher says it is the distance to the camera where one goes inside characters or away from them. According to the cinematographer James Laxton, the immersive effect of the viewers, the proximity from subject to lens makes them feel emotional connectivity. Film has a unique ability to evoke powerful emotions, fully immersing viewers in the narrative and emotional landscape on screen. Hitchcock masterfully orchestrates a symphony of conflicting emotions in his film Notorious by ensuring that the audience is not merely watching a story but viscerally experiencing its psychological and emotional complexities alongside its deeply human characters. It's an emotional magnetism that allows us to connect deeply, to empathize, and to feel drawn into the lives and worlds presented before us. Demon used the term empathy to refer to the imaginative transporting of oneself into the thinking, feeling, and acting of another, and so structuring the world as he does. So the idea of research is how the choice of format determines the camera subject distance or camera proximity for a particular composition or magnification. The placement of camera and a specific viewpoint will transport the viewers in a particular space to feel the character's emotions. Varying the film format and in turn camera subject distance shall cause different empathy towards the subject. And thus, associating a format with a specific nature of a character in a film will invoke a particular empathy in viewer's mind. I'm planning to explore this research idea with these 5 artistic research projects. 3 of them are short films and 2 are still photo series. Preliminary artistic project, Seeing Afar. This is a short film shot on Super 8 analog film, and this explores the idea of distant viewing in accordance with the hypothesis as Super 8 is a very small film format. We have already completed the shoot and now waiting for the film processing to be completed soon. This project, exploratory artistic project, is about seeing closer. This is a series of photographs and I am shooting this on medium format still film. This is a comparison between the frame size of Super 8 and 645. Super 8 is 5.79 by 4.01 millimeter, while total area for 120 645 film is 60 by 45 millimeter. The fourth artistic project is How It Feels. I'm planning a short narrative fiction film to be shot digitally on 3 or 4 film formats, so there will be 3 or 4 versions of the same film, shot on different formats. The same image framing will be maintained, so the look of the image doesn't affect the study, which is how it feels like rather than what it looks like. For the second film project, I am planning to shoot a film with 3 prominent characters with 3 different personalities and significance in the story. And each character will be exclusively shot on one specific format throughout the film. In the beginning of this research project, I did a pilot project with still photographs on 3 different formats. There were 5 sets of 3 photographs shot digitally on 3 sensor formats, Super 16, Super 35 and Full Frame 35, to explore the impact of format and camera distance on emotional response to the still imagery. A total of 15 photographs were subsequently projected to 21 participants who then completed a self-assessment mannequin SAM test. This test quantitatively measured participants' emotional empathy across the dimensions of pleasure, arousal, and dominance for each photograph. Mean scores for each emotional trait were computed for every image. The resulting data were then graphically represented and analyzed using a line graph to visualize trends and patterns. Results show pleasure falling from full frame to Super 16 in first 4 photographs. Arousal evokes the maximum response for full frame, sensor, and minimum for Super 16 in each set of the 5 photographs. And dominance is appreciated more by the subjects, especially for 2 subjected photographs. This suggests that viewers' perceived empathy towards a character is affected by the choice of format and the related camera character distance. The larger the format used, with the camera at a closer distance, shows results in higher empathy towards the characters. There are few challenges while shooting on large format and with placing the camera closer. The actors may not find it very comfortable to perform when camera is too close to them. And there are 2 arguments, because I was conducting interviews with few cinematographers about the proximity of the camera, and some of them mentioned that maybe sometimes actors are not comfortable if camera is too close. But one of the DP mentioned that in a film, actors actually mentioned that when camera moves close to them, they believe that is maybe it's part of that setup and maybe another actor. So this can be tricky, that camera proximity can be a problem, or maybe it can be for the better storytelling. Also, making good quality large format cameras and lenses is more challenging. The short flange focal distance for the large format cameras is very tricky because it is not that comfortable for putting the lenses, and also if there is little bit difference in the focal length behind the lens, it may go out of focus, because there is an element of depth of focus behind the lens, and as we go for the larger format cameras and larger format lenses, because of the short flange distance, this depth of focus becomes very critical. This is the summary of my research project, and I developed this flow chart covering all the key aspects. Thank you, and now I'm ready for the questions.
Are there any questions from the audience? I will start off with one question or comment/question. I recently conducted an artistic research experiment that was connected to a film I'm developing that was called Limits of Darkness. And the idea of this project was to find out how to show complete darkness in film. And when I started this experiment, it felt like it's a very technical test. But while we were running the technical test, something came up which in hindsight completely makes sense, and I should have been able to think about it earlier, was that, for example, the maximum darkness, which is technically the best, is actually where the room is not so dark. So the actors have to play in a room which is not dark. So if you achieve something which is technically maybe perfect, it actually becomes detrimental to the whole scene because it starts affecting the actors or it starts affecting the space and the possibilities that they have. So I found out that if you go with the darkness into this area of darkness where actors feel that this is really helping my acting, the resulting image becomes more and more grainy. So in the end, it's a balance between the technical perfection and the practical questions about how it is to act within these situations. So I wanted to first appreciate that you mentioned that the large format and the camera proximity might create different effects to the actors. And I wanted to ask if you're planning to do one of the short films which you are planning to film with different formats. Are you planning to ask after the shoot also to give a questionnaire to the actors how it was different for them?
Yeah, because this happened a few months back when I was conducting the interview with the cinematographers, and they mentioned this thing, and then I am planning to add this into my system.
And if you ask about it, I think the whole larger question about the proximity of the camera becomes, I think, even wider than the format, because you can also be farther away from the actor with a longer lens or very close with a wider lens.
Yeah, that's it. What happened in this project, like I started with the format, then I went to the proximity and then empathy, but now after the work of 2 years, I am feeling maybe I begin with proximity, then go to format and then go to empathy. So I think now for me, the viewpoint or proximity is more important.
Mm-hmm. And you are shooting those short films yourself?
Yes, I will be shooting myself. I won't be directing, but I will be shooting.
Because I was also thinking about the proximity of the cinematographer to the actor. When I have been shooting scenes, there is a huge difference whether I'm far away with a long lens or whether I'm in the action very close. Are you intending to record your own behavioral differences while you're shooting it? And are you shooting it handheld or is it more static?
I am planning to a static shot, because if I calculate this thing, like when I change the distance and maintaining the composition, for each format doing the same shot 3 times, I think it will be very challenging if I make it moving shot. So it's for this study, for the first film, it's convenient to shoot it static.
But I think it also really makes sense to record metadata about how far the camera was exactly from the actor.
Yes, I will be doing that. Because for this presentation also, I actually made a calculation, like for this one lens shooting on Super 8, shooting on 35, and shooting on medium format, what is the distance difference? But I could not draw the final image because it's a huge distance of proximity.
What would it be? Can you already say? Distance, for example, between 8mm and 35.
So if for example, for the medium format, it is something like 6 feet. Maybe for that it will be 16 feet. It's so much different.
Yeah, because I think it's what I appreciate about what you're saying is that starting from the proximity really makes sense, because when we talk about viewers watching a film and we want to find out whether the closeness of the camera has an effect on how they feel towards the actors, I think the proximity is even more central question than the format.
Yes. So I think now what I'm shifting, like rather than beginning with format and not going to proximity, it's beginning with the proximity and then seeing the effect of format, or maybe format is as a device to control it.
Very exciting. Are there any questions from the audience? No? Then thank you, Sachin. I am aware of your study already from when you started, and I want to say that you have developed it towards a very good study design, so that it still remains an artistic research. We have been talking about it, how to make sure that it just doesn't become a series of lab tests. And I'm happy to see that you have found a way how to integrate it into actual filmmaking.
Thank you. I hope I could finish all these in next year, and then maybe I present it in future conference.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sachin.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, so I'm just always in front of the audience for presenting a film, your heart starts to beat and you are like, oh my God, what have I done? So, okay, so the plan is basically now to watch the film, the squeeze that I wrote, directed and produced for the cinematographic thesis material. So cinematographer Mehmet Burak Yilmaz shot the film with the purpose of having it as his artistic work for the PhD thesis. So we watched the film, it's 38 minutes, and I hope you enjoyed the film. And after the film, I was planning to first tell you a little bit about how it was kind of came to be, and then I was thinking of referring to some of the texts that Burak has written to the thesis that he has already submitted and is going to defend. So we will have him present with us in verbal form afterwards. Well, I was thinking of talk about that afterwards, but basically, okay, the whole film started. We shot the 6 cinematographers experiment in October 2004, and then this problem with Burak emerged along that way, because we are supervising him, and so then I basically okay. Let's expand the images that we used in this experiment actually with the new footage that will be part of an actually separate complete feature film. So let's see how we managed, so how we succeeded. Thank you.
Now, when I look at myself in the mirror, all I see is a wasted life in a sea of wrinkles. My career as an actress died together with the man I thought I loved. The many years of abuse wounded me badly. It made me childless, lonely, hiding in the shadows. It made me the monster I am today.
Päris karm. See autori intervjuud nägid ka või? Et see on päriselt juhtunud lugu.
No kuule, see on New York ja mingi 40 aastat tagasi.
No jaa, aga selliseid asju juhtub kogu aeg. Siiamaani ka meiega. Kas see teatrikool vastas sulle?
Prada. Ei ole vastanud veel. See ei ole lihtsalt mingi teatrikool. See on üks maailma parimaid teatrikoole. Ja see on Londonis. Ja ma ei tea, kuidas ma sellest Maigile räägin või kas ma üldse räägin. No ta võiks ju tegelikult kaasa tulla minuga sinna. Ja ta saaks kindlasti töötada mingisuguses väiksemas teatris või midagi. Aga kui ta ei tule, siis ma ei tea, ma lõpetan ka mingisugusel Jacki küüsis äkki. No, sest et siin see Jack, vaata, ta muutus armu kadedaks minu tegelase peale, sest mul oli hea karjäär ja siis ta hakkaski igasuguse väikse asja pärast taguma mind ja peksma ja siis asjad läksid halvaks, kui need läksid nagu väga halvaks. Ja siis ma tapan ta ära.
Here comes the bad guy. Good morning, Lumi.
Good morning, Mike.
Pretty heavy stuff coming today. I'm all prepared.
The old woman mask will make my face turn all red. And I talked to the producers about it. I told them that if it's going to happen, then they need to pay me until my face is recovered.
Yeah, luckily my character doesn't get to live old. As this wannabe actress here. Merciless. No life is sacred for her.
Or maybe they should do all my wrinkles and eye bags somehow digitally. I don't know, make my eyeballs yellow or something like that.
Or find an older actress that looks like you. Like your mother would have been perfect. Yeah. She was a great actress.
Laura, you look exactly like your mother.
Yeah, but my mom didn't get anywhere. Minu ema tegi mulle selle päris väiksena juba selgeks, et mina olin see põhjus, miks ta karjäär hävis. Ta kaotas kõik oma kontaktid, oma ilusa keha, professionaalselt surnud. Ja tal olid suured plaanid, tal olid väga suured plaanid, mis siis kõik lihtsalt haihtusid minu sünniga. Niimoodi. So that's enough of baby making machines. Aitäh, Lumi. See you downstairs, Jack.
So do you think she did it?
Laura, did what?
No, the writer. This Gisela Lam claims that it was a true story that happened with someone she knew back then, like 40 years ago. But something smells fishy.
You have a theory cooking in your mind?
Well, I read the script, obviously, and I read her interview, 1+1. She only talks about her moving back to Estonia or about this film, but nothing about her past. Like, where has she been these 40+ years?
Wherever.
A person with no past, no records, pops up with a script like this.
Yeah. Nowadays, if you want to sell your script, there has to be at least one corpse in it. The more, the merrier.
I'm putting all my money on a bet she was in jail for the last 40 years for murder. It's her decision. All I'm saying is, it's her decision.
Action!
Darling, why are you hiding here? Come and join us.
Yes, coming. I was just...
There is no need for that. You know my friends.
Yes, and they don't like me.
Don't be ridiculous.
Cut. Thank you.
Say the thing you say.
Going up to 14. Okay, 14 coming down.
Go for next day. Silence. We are shooting.
Okay, sound.
Sound speed.
2735. Camera. Camera speed. And action.
Darling, why are you hiding here? Come and join us.
Yes, coming. I was...
There is no need for that. You know my friends.
Yes, and they don't like me.
Don't be ridiculous.
ei, mul on vaja homme töötada lihtsalt.
Aga selleks me saame teile valuvõigisteid anda. Teil on veel 2 nädalat aega, et ümber mõelda.
Jah.
Kas te olete kindel?
Ei, jaa, ma olen kindel, jah.
Kui teil on kahtlusi, võite otsust tegemisega edasi lükata. Mis kellaks me võime teid oodata siis?
Kell 4 ma tellin takso ja siis 4:30 umbes oleksin seal. Sobib?
Jaa, see sobib. Kui te kohale jõuate, saame kohe alustada. Kõik läheb hästi. Ärge muretsege. Ootame teid siis 17:30.
Ja aitäh. Nägemist.
Camera speed.
And action.
Darling. Why are you hiding here? Come join us.
Yes, coming. I was just...
When I heard this dream I had last night. Listen, I really need to get this out of my system. I was in this long black corridor. And I was looking for something. I don't know if it was you or what, but I had this feeling of being lost. And I was really worried, afraid of something. And the corridor just kept on going without an end. Well, there was an end, but I didn't want it to end. Difficult to explain. It was like pushing and pulling me at the same time. And I don't know why, but I stopped by this door. I had this huge urge to open it. And I put my hand on the door. And I started pushing it, but the door just was so heavy, it just didn't want to be pushed. It's weird, I can feel it in my muscles. That it was just pushing me back. But then I finally got to peek inside. And there was this old woman sitting there with a naked upper body, empty, flat chest, wrinkled face, and it was breastfeeding a baby. And then it turned to me, expressionless, dead eyes. And then the baby turned. And I was just... That's when the horror struck me. I had never seen something so horrifying. The baby's face had no eyes, no nose, just a mouth. And it started crying. But it wasn't like a baby's cry. It was a cry of an old woman. A woman in pain. And I can't get this face out of my head.
You should tell the writer she's here. She can use it in her not...
Can't you get it? This wasn't a dream. It's a warning. This film is a warning. You are Gina. You're living her life. Gina had so many failed abortions, she couldn't have children anymore. That's the real reason for her suffering. Her fear of dying old and alone.
Gina is not real. She's fiction, Mike. And I'm not going to make the same mistake as my mom.
Laura, this baby can be your only chance.
I asked the director what was wrong. Do you know what she said? That maybe this time try to show that at the very moment you're making the decision to kill Jack. Okay. If I have to do this scene one more time, I'm actually going crazy.
Remember, you're a multi-time murderer. You killed your lover, but also your 5 unborn children.
Stop it, I know what you're trying.
Maybe you just don't have that murderer in you. If you cannot act it, maybe you shouldn't do it.
Does not work, it's my decision.
It's not...
Shut up! Jack. Okay, so you raped me, right? And with all the fucking suffering I'm going through and everything, I don't understand. Why am I so defenseless? You know, like a bird in a cage or some other bullshit like that. I really feel I'm losing touch with my character there. So we are in the kitchen. Okay, so how about just taking a knife and stabbing the bastard right there after the first time? Why go through with all the abuse, the broken bones and teeth and everything? I have a feeling that making this film, like the only reason for it is to show everyone that how Jack tortures Gina. And this fucking psychological sadism, it just gets under my skin. Fucking hate this movie. Seriously, Mike, the rape scene is coming on next. How on earth are we going to get this done if we cannot get this kitchen scene done right? Please help me. You know, I cannot do extra hours today. I need to leave the studio at 4. That's my deadline.
Okay. I'm nervous about it too. It's never easy to... Okay, so... we know what to do. We don't have to do anything extra or more. Just what is in the script, what is in the contract. So we know they want to do it in one shot, which is good. So we just have to repeat everything that we did already with the intimacy coordinator.
Yes. Okay? Can we please do it one more time? Just for being sure, please. Okay.
Okay, you try to move to the kitchen. I grab your hand. You try to get your hand free. I drag you to the corridor and push you against the wall. And then I come closer to you.
I would not be surprised if she killed that Jack bastard herself. Look at those dead eyes. Okay.
Right, if I take your feet, how was your premiere? I could tickle a little.
No.
Okay.
Don't. I sit up like this and I'm really stiff and reserved because I know what's gonna happen. It has happened many times before, after every premiere. The only thing I say is don't touch my face.
Yes. I ask, where do you think you are going?
I'm moving to the kitchen and I'm really not struggling because I know you're so much stronger.
You say you just get some water, but I grab your hand and I start to pull you here, right? Okay.
Yeah. Where do you lose your funny blanket?
I don't know. I lose it when I lose it.
Okay, I'm here and still I don't struggle because I know it's not gonna help. All I say is don't touch my face, don't touch my face, don't my face.
And then I say, I love you, I love you. And all the time you are just thinking about the murder in your pretty head you're going to commit.
You have to stop that, it really hurts.
What?
Emotionally, you cannot keep on calling me a murderer. It's not funny.
That's how I hit the wall hard and push myself tight to you. My other hand goes under your dress like this.
Enough, I have to pee.
Do you love me?
Do you love me?
I love you more than anything, Laura.
The Skype panel over there.
Should I tilt it up a bit more?
No, it's fine. Is there anyone by that lamp?
I was at high school. I had a girlfriend. And she got pregnant. I told her to get rid of it. It's like in the movies. To get rid of it. To get rid of it. Like it was some sort of a toy. But she didn't want to. She told me to fuck myself. And after the baby was born, I went to the hospital to see them. Actually, I didn't want to. My parents forced me to. But when I held that little thing in my hands, something incredible happened. This sort of warm wave came over me. It's really hard to explain. His little fingers held me so strong.
Oh, now you tell me you have a child.
It died.
We'll see what you have done now, Mike. We're supposed to focus on you raping me, not some crybaby story. How am I going to get my rape feelings back now, huh? Jesus.
This movie here, it's just work. It'll be over in a week. The baby is real. It's us. You and me. much. We're going to scene 53 and we'll be shooting it for the rest of the day.
How on earth are these scenes always the same? Like, how old am I? I'm 26. That's 6 years of acting. And can you guess how many times raped? In all possible situations, positions, up against the wall, next to a window, on the floor, in toilets, in cars, and I can't even count how many times of them are on kitchen tables.
Yeah. Yep. But admit those scenes are actually easier for you women. You just have to go along, you know. You're the victims. Just imagine how hard it is for us men to actually physically commit that violent act.
Yeah, but you're not actually physically committing the act. It cannot be worse for you.
You know, I am the bad guy. I have to, try to step into the character, understand why I do these horrible things, yes, but, at the end of the day, I have to get those acts out of my system, my body.
Mike, can I ask you something?
Sure.
I have noticed that when you are doing this kind of scenes, abusive scenes, then you don't want to make love to me for like many days. Like you don't want to touch me. Is this what you're talking about?
Maybe.
Sorry.
At least I get to destroy your body. That's gonna be fun. I'm gonna use blenders, like 10 of them. And then I'm gonna flush the toilet for 5 days, non-stop.
You monster.
Stop!
Sa lahat ka mo, kallis. Katso mitte meiki ajada laiali, please. On ju? Või siis tead mis? Lase kõik välja. Lase kõik välja, vähemalt selle me saame korda. On ju? Jah.
Ei, vähemalt see stseen saab olema lõbus, kus ma ta keha hävitan, kõik need blenderid ja vetsuvõtist alla 5 päeva järjest.
Tõesti sündinud lugu.
How was the premiere?
Please don't touch my face.
Where do you think you're going?
To the kitchen to take some water.
You're not going anywhere.
touch my face.
Why? Why are you making me do this? I love you.
Please, just don't touch my face.
I love you. I love you.
No, I'm fine.
Where did I hurt you?
Don't touch me. What the fuck happened to you? You look like you were actually raping me.
What do you mean?
I just didn't like the look on your face, that's it.
Okay. Calm down. Just have to do it one more time. Then it's a wrap. And we can go home and talk about real things.
What real things?
The baby.
There is no baby.
There is. And it's mine too.
I'm gonna do this today. Taxi comes at 4. I would like you to come with me.
Väiksekene, kiigutan suunele. Unemaal koos uneleme. Unemaal on teine keel. Unemaal on teine keel. Lasku uni padja pääle, uni liugle laugele. Luba kanda ema häälel, hirmud ära kaugele. Hirmud ära kaugele. Uni tuli, uni nägi.
asjatu on unevägi, enne sündi uinusid, enne sündi uinusid.
Okay. Anybody left in the audience? Okay, so the plan is that while we set up my computer so that you can see the screen with the technical people, so I will be talking about the film in general. So I thought that I would pick up some aspects of the film related to film from Burak's thesis, and we could discuss then also a little bit of what he experienced. But the whole story really it started from the fact that if we talk about a PhD artistic track education, so you know, if we take Burak Yilmaz as a case study or one person, so it is necessary for artistic research track that you are able to create some artistic work that actually shows. If you're a cinematographer, you should have a work where you you shoot a film and use that work as your part of your thesis. If you are a sound designer, same thing, a production designer, etc., or a director or producer. But of course, not all people have these connections in this Estonian or in film school or in Estonian film society that they could just be able to enter into such a production stage with for producing such pieces that would work and which would qualify for artistic work. So okay, in our case, Burak was struggling with this problem, and so eventually I just said to him that okay. How it actually started, we were already shooting this or doing this experiment with 6 cinematographers in October 2024, and so Burak had a really essential part there as a cinematographer, organizing the whole experiment, and then afterwards writing stories, etc. In our film school here in BFM. And we had 3 shooting days. During 2 shooting days, first ones we shot 3 cinematographers with cinematographers, the scene that you've seen now many times, and the next day we shot another 3 cinematographers with these actors. On the 3rd day, I proposed to Burak that okay. Now we have collected the data that we actually need for this. Thank you. I'm feeling like I'm in a lonely space here in the middle of just a nice spot, not seeing anybody. So I told him that okay, let's use this 3rd day with actors that you shoot the same scenes, but we do it so in a kind of rotative manner that you shoot a scene, her take, and then with actors improvise behind the scene their problem I told the actors that they could use Estonian language because it was about improvisation, the Estonian actors. So we agreed that you talk about this problem, and she's is pregnant and wants to do an abortion, and he wants to keep the baby. And meanwhile, so behind the scenes, they kind of rushed behind the scenes. They tried to resolve this in improvisation. They went back to the scene. They shot the scene again in the kitchen, then rushed out again. And so we did created this kind of rotative thing. And in one point, I directed the actors to go behind such drops curtain, what is it, backdrop in the studio, so that there would be an intimate space and they would resolve this thing there. And eventually, when we looked at the material after the third day in October 2024, well, I realized that the improvisation didn't really work. I mean, it didn't give out the emotional possibilities of such a scene and such a story. So then I said, okay, let's do so that we actually resolve 3 other shooting days, and we shoot the scenes behind the curtains again. So we would use these scenes that we had shot with the actors in the kitchen scene and implement that into the story, but then we would basically write a new story for what happens behind the like outside of the kitchen set. And so then I found myself writing a screenplay and contacting actors and organizing, producing the shooting location. Burak, of course, took care of all the technical stuff as a cinematographer, organizing a crew, etc., etc. So then we were inside the film studio again with the same actors, and they immediately jumped into the role. And because we wanted to shoot this fast and be sure that we get all this material as economically as possible, so and because Burak wanted to work with the kind of embodied bodily experience of the cinematographer when shooting fiction scenes, so we decided it's handheld and one shot only, like one shot. Each take would be one shot. And that's how we then proceeded to shooting the scenes one by one by one. And well, then next thing was to find an editor, because all the film students are really busy with their own stuff. It's a really tough film school, by the way. They are the program is really tight. So it was difficult to find these members, sound designers, etc., for the post-production, but eventually, by good luck and being aggressively approaching students, I actually found a very good person to work with sound post-production and then the editing, etc., etc. So we put together a 38-minute film, and there's the film. So any comments of the film so far, or anything? Any questions at this point? Silence. Okay, I go home. Goodbye. So this is now this is not the final version. I think this is not the final version of. So this is one of those versions of Burak's PhD thesis that are in the he has now pre-defended his thesis, and he's waiting for entering into the defense. I think the date is set somewhere in April or June. Oh, in autumn. Okay. I think it's June, no? Okay. So, and a very essential part in the work that in Burak's thesis was actually these microphenomenal interviews, or how would you describe, Villeke, the type of interviews? I mean, you interviewed Burak after each day, after he had completed shooting this screenplay or shots that we had for the day. You interviewed him after every day, or after 2 days or 3 days. Yes, actually you could have a microphone, because I'm going to ask from you more questions from you. Or maybe you join the process, because Burak himself is not here. But I do recall that he was really excited and really happy of these interviews with you, because he afterwards told me that he really felt that he discovered new aspect of his own work based on the interviews with you. So a lot of those interview some of these aspects are recorded also in this PhD work. Do you recall?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't prepared for this. So, but they were kind of semi microphenomenological interviews, and I remember that. It really, we talked through his approach, and where possible, when there was a specific moment that was important to him, then we went into that very deeply, and I remember that really helped him discover something. But it's a while ago. I don't remember exact details at the moment. Sorry.
Yes. And about the like when reading the thesis and Burak's comments on that, so he writes very openly about the whole process and how he also bodily how he felt in different situations, and when for example very important part of the story was then when he was actually shooting the rape scene, which was the last scene of the film, and he described a lot of the decisions that he made during that filming, like really intuitive, but based on how he actually felt for the female character. Kind of trying to protect her intimacy and kind of wanting to pull out of the scene, etc. So those examples are very, very good examples of how cinematographers really like are immersed in often. Some of them, some maybe not, but are immersed into the actual shot that they are making and the characters' experiences.
Yeah, if I can say, I do remember him talking about being under this sheet with them and being very, very close to him, and how that impacted him. That it was unusual to be so close to the actors and kind of in the same breathing space with them. So.
Yes, he talks a lot about this, like being very close and being in the intimate space of actors in the shooting situation, and for his decision, I mean our decision. It was our decision basically to shoot the film handheld, but for him, he specifically focused on the kind of trying to keep the camera breathing. So instead of trying to hold it as still as possible, he wanted to bring into the camera his presence and embodied cinematographer, which is part of his thesis that he writes about. And so that in some sense, when a cinematographer shoots a scene with handheld, his or her whole body is actually transferred and embodied into that frame and into the movements and how the very tiny little movements of the frame, etc. So this was a very important concept for Burak when he finalized his thesis, and here you can see he used the term kinesthetic intuition, for example, for like how the body kind of makes the intuitive decisions for drawing back or doing bodily movements. Like it seems like the body itself kind of drives those movements, and then he kind of just notices, oops, I did that. Oh, I did that. So I think that's quite an interesting aspect of the. So there's in his thesis there's quite a lot of references to those interviews. So there's, for example, you asked at the, you encouraged him to explore closer certain moments to kind of uncover the reasoning behind the intuitive decisions. Yeah, and especially related to the intimacy of the characters, how close can you actually be the characters without, I mean, of course, for the characters the actors to feel uncomfortable, that's another thing, but of course they are used for anything almost, but also for cinematographer. It's not just the mechanical action, it's actually you are there as a bodily being and you kind of experience through these scenes. So, well, I'm not going to go too much through into the details of, but you can see that there were several aspects of cinematographers, bodily actions and aspects of the dynamics that he discussed. And for example, he had this idea that when you are inside and when you are shooting the movie inside the movie, there's a different kind of camera movement, but then outside, especially when she rushes outside of the studio itself, the movements get hectic and also using cuts. But yeah, so I don't know what much say about this process. So please help me by asking questions. Yes, of course. Like, if I talk from the director's point of view, for example, in this case, so for me, it was like because I'm also supervisor of Burak, so I literally and deliberately, I kind of stepped back from the actual director's work during those shootings, because I told him that it's all your field. I mean, this is all yours. That I don't interfere with the decisions you make, with the camera movements, etc. That I gave him like total freedom. So as a director, I only laid out the situations. I of course, directed the actors and tried to figure out how many different ways you can shoot a scene with two actors behind a backdrop in a studio. So there was a lot of creativity there. I had to invest into trying to figure out how many different ways you can make this differently with two actors. I think that from my point of view worked quite nicely. But when I read what he writes about the process itself, then I learn as a director, oh, okay, he had problems in this one or this one, or he didn't feel comfortable with that or that decision that we had in that setting, which of course I cannot do much because I didn't know about those problems. So basically. This is a no-budget film, actors, as we have an agreement with the Actors Guild here in Estonia, between Baltic Film School and between the Actors Guild. So actors can join this kind of project for free if those projects are not commercial, if they are not, if they are purely like thesis films. So this, of course, gives a lot of possibilities for film students to work with really professional actors, even with their first films, etc. So I think it's a fantastic organization, fantastic way of connecting actors. For actors, it's of course a possibility. Then they can use the videos in their own PR, in their own web pages, or how they want to promote themselves, and of course they also get to know emerging filmmakers in the film school. So it's a kind of win-win for both actors and for filmmakers. But basically, a big question, of course, here is the funding. So funding a thesis film, I don't know how others do it, but this film was pretty much funded by my project, because this involves cinematographers, and we had these experiments with cinematographers, and so it was pretty much like all those aspects that relate to paying crew, etc. Also, Burak had a small funding himself for research project, so that was something. So maybe we all together, maybe this was like 5,000 euros altogether, where we also paid crew members all equally, including the actors. Actually, a small fee. So what should I talk then, Ellen? What are other problems here in film school? Oh, okay.
I have a question.
Okay, I know. Sorry, I didn't see you.
I wanted to ask about the screenwriting process. I understand you wrote the script, but did you also discuss the choices for the story with Burak? Like, for example, I was wondering, in order to have this very intense bodily experience as a director of photography, I was wondering if these choices of abuse, struggle, being pregnant, determining the pregnancy and all these kind of things, were these choices made knowing or presuming that they will cause bodily reactions in the director of photography?
Well, the choices were made because the topic is strong. If we think of that, what I wanted to work with a strong topic because it's a small film. I wanted to work with a topic that is very important for me in my previous films as well, and in my future films. So the choice of the topic, that their problem is this, she wants to make an abortion, he wants to keep the baby, and then the domestic violence. It's kind of a triangular that I deal quite a lot with all my work or previous work as well. That was very clear from the beginning. We did not, but for example, for your question regarding the strong bodily experience of like shooting an intimacy in this rape scene, which we can call rape scene, though intimacy coordinator advised us to call these scenes abuse scenes and not to use the R word. So anyway, so for those scenes, for example, we did not measure physiological signals when we shot those scenes. because we didn't need that. I mean, we knew how they would affect. So Burak himself said, oh, we should have had sensors, you know, all over my body when I shot these scenes. But I felt that was my decision that we did not record any sensor data during those scenes. Yes, so, but I purposefully, of course, wrote the script thinking of, well, limited space, rotating between the stage and behind the stage, working in a film studio with as economical as possible, as fast as possible, but still giving the cinematographer as much possibilities of making decisions regarding the way he shoots the scenes with handheld. So that was like there was like economical decisions and decisions in thinking of strong topic that is important for me, and you know, that's how it went.
It felt very purposeful that you had very quiet, intimate scenes, and also this wide range, the other side, like the abuse, that you would get an interesting interview out of it afterwards, because there is a lot to compare and many different emotions from the director of photography.
Yes, and of course, for many reasons, we shot these heavier scenes, like very lasting during the shooting days. So we started with these more easy scenes, so to say. There's a question. What I have in mind, I have in mind doing a second film where I will have Vilma Luik, who played the elderly screenwriter. I will have her as a main character, and I already started to write a screenplay for 30-minute film for her. So the idea is that actually I'm planning to create 3 different films. This one is the first one. Then I pick up the Vilma Luik character, screenwriter character. I tell her story, and from her story I pick up the second important character, and I'm planning to do a 3rd short film based on that character. So I already have this kind of continuation for. And actually, I would like to try to do these films at the film school, so that maybe there's a possibility for that. I don't know. But Mirona, please.
Thank you. So Mirona Radu from Romania, filmmaker and researcher. And because we watched a film, of course it was also a research, but I wonder if Burak, also in his thesis, describes something related with what changed after editing actually the film and putting together the images that he shot, and he chose how to shot, and he explained what he felt, because I think also this perspective a priori filming and after editing, it's very important and can provide actually very interesting insights from a filmmaker, from a DOP also point of view.
Yes, he discusses this. Of course, here again, when we are talking about the film itself, so I am also saying that I gave quite free hands also for the film editor to edit this film. Abhishek Gupta edited the film, and so I also there I was relatively loose-handed, so to say, in the editing because I felt it felt good. So, so the for example, in the last scene where he walks away after hearing that okay, she's gonna do it, he walks out. So, for example, that is the last shot of the film based on the decision proposed by editor. So that was editor's decision to suggest that the film ends to that scene, and I thought it's just fantastic, just perfect ending. So, but Burak then also discusses that aspect his decision of moving away from the curtain and from her saying and following the you know the guy out to the door and out of the door. But when we were shooting that, it was supposed to be the middle of, and they were even supposed to, according to the script, to do a new run with the abuse scene. But this was just perfect ending, so that's how we ended. And actually, this is a perfect moment to end talking about end of the film. It's perfect moment to end our third NeuroCine conference. So
yes,
here we are.
Mauri has a small announcement.
Yes, I have reserved a table for 15 people in restaurant Platz, which, as far as I can remember, it was a venue for
last
yes. Conference too. It's this is a tourist city, so I tried different ones and I ended up with this. And I also remind you that it's practically at the place of the shooting of Stalker.
By Tarkovsky. Yes.
Tarkovsky's scene. So and then next to the huge Apollo movie theater. So everybody that wants to come there, so welcome, and everybody takes their own bill.
Platz Rotermann, yeah.
So if anyone has seen Stalker, then to go there you have to throw a metal bolt and make sure you don't get lost in the zone.
Exactly.
Roseni Street 7. So we have to do some concluding remarks.
Oh.
I made a lot of notes during the conference, and one of the things that somehow, as we spoke already yesterday, that I noticed I think there is a big difference within how we speak about this filmmaking as an intuition and this intuition as a form of knowledge. And I think one of the things that stayed with me is that very many, almost all of the talks we had concern meaning making in one or the other form. And meaning making which is non-linguistic, meaning making which is pre-linguistic or non-verbal. Even in Mirona's talk, we had people who were non-verbal, able to express themselves through this non-verbal language. And I think, in a way, to summarize what was this kind of connecting thread in all of the presentations is that maybe when we talk about film language or how film works, one of the big questions is how is the meaning making different from verbal meanings, and this idea of tacit knowledge, this of creating meanings through audiovisual language, this idea of thinking on your feet as a filmmaker in search for meanings. I think it's something that is kind of like a thread throughout all of the topics. So it's very interesting.
Yes, so that's let's go out to the world and search for meanings, embodied meanings also, meanings and creating new meanings by the tools we have, provided with cinema and film work.
And one of the notes that I also made, which was a little bit also a thread that goes through many of the presentations, is that the meaning making in film has to be, on one hand, there has to be clarity, but on the other hand, there has to be a confusion, because confusion makes the viewer or the receiver more active in thinking about their own meanings. So there is this kind of balance that we search for between clarity and unpredictability. And film seems to be a perfect way to research it and share it.
Yes.
Hopefully we meet here in 2 years' time.
Yes, in 2 years' time, we have a plan that's almost hacked into the stone. Is that in 2 years, now we are, of course, grateful for FilmMind, European University, Film EU, and FilmMind Center of Excellence for facilitating this project.
And the Estonian Research Agency
and
Estonian Ministry of Culture.
Yes, and also like Villeke's keynote was funded by my project. So we have like this is a co-funded project in that sense. So we're thankful for all this work. Next year we are 2028. We will. It's already like kind of confirmed. You never know what happens in the world nowadays. But basically, we will organize this conference together with the Society of Cognitive Studies of Moving Image, which SCSMI is an association that they have since 1980s. They have, brought forward kind of cognitive approach to film studies, and we are all part of that community. Many of us are part of that community, and so in 2028 we will meet here again,
and we will have. Another possibility to bring researchers and filmmakers together and cross-pollinate.
Yes, and we look forward to welcome our presenters of this conference to then provide new findings from their work that they've been doing and presenting this time. So we're looking forward to seeing the progress and how new findings have emerged in their work as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for holding strong, and now it's time to
party.
Yes, to get drunk. Thank you, everybody.
To get some green tea. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you to our online audience, and goodbye for this year. See you soon, if not earlier than in 2 years' time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.